On the part of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, or the Blue Ribbon Committee of the House of Representatives, the joint meeting with the Committee on Legislative Franchises is hereby called to order.
On the part of the Committee on the joint meeting with the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby called to order.
Ang lahat po ay iniimbitahan na tumayo at maghanda sa pagdarasal na pangungunahan ni Congresswoman Mickey Violado. On the part of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability.
In the presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we praise you and give you thanks. We thank you for this opportunity that we are gathered today to perform our duties entrusted by the people. We ask for your holy presence to guide and strengthen us. Your righteousness transcend of all our efforts and understanding. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those who will be affected from this activity. Ready us to make every moment count. Bless us with fresh minds and open hearts that we find understanding and agreement in moments of discord. Let us bring your peace, your grace, your mercy, and your perfect order in this gathering. We acknowledge your divine power over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and done in this meeting. May we be enlightened by your divinity and through your guidance as we will attain our objectives of all for your glory. All this we pray in the holy name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Kung maaari po'y manatiling nakatayo at maghanda sa ating pagkanta ng ating pambansang awit.
Magandang hapon po ulit. I am co-presiding the meeting with Chair Jonathan Alvarado via Zoom. Atin pong binabate lahat ng mga kasamahan natin na members dyan sa session hall ngayon at mga nasa Zoom. Nagpapasalamat po kami na kahit na recess ay nandito pa rin po tayo at patuloy po ang ating pagdidinig ng issue na may kaugnayan sa aplikasyon ng ABS-CBN sa kanilang prangkisa. Ngayon po, let me direct the COMSEC to recognize our members, guests, and resource persons.
Kami sa Blue Ribbon Committee ay kaisa ninyo sa pagpapatuloy ng pagdinig ng usapin ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Tayo ay tatalima sa ating sinumpaang tungkulin sa pagbabalangkas ng batas na naaayon sa ating saligang batas at mananatiling tapat sa serbisyo publiko. May I also inform everyone, especially, that this is a public hearing and that this proceeding is being streamed live on Facebook pages of the House of Representatives. I now direct the committee secretary to call the names of our members participating in this hearing. COMSEC.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman, Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move, Mr. Chairman, to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Second the motion.
There's a motion, duly seconded. Hearing no objections, motion is carried. COMSEC.
want to acknowledge the presence of our members who are in the plenary. Chairman Jose Antonio C. Alvarado, Honorable Micaela Violago, Honorable Rodante Marcoleta, Honorable Abraham Tolentino, Honorable Elpidio Barzaga Jr., Honorable Juan Miguel Arroyo, Honorable Jesus Crispin Remulla, Honorable Carlos Isagani Zarate, and Honorable Michael Defensor. For our members who are in the Zoom, we have Deputy Speaker Jose Marie Arenas, Representative Josephine Ramirez Sato, Deputy Speaker Ferdinand Hernandez, Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr., Representative Joseping Ping Tijada, Representative Sol Aragones, Representative Joy Tambunting, Representative Onyx Crisologo, Deputy Speaker Geogracias Sabelliano, Representative Chodorico Jaresco, Representative Rolando Valeriano, Representative Jose Atienza Jr., Representative Jericho Nograles, Representative Francisco Datol, Representative Claudine Diana Bautista, Representative Enrico Pineda, Representative Euphemia Colyamat, Representative Virgilio Lacson, Representative Maricel Natividad Nagaño, Representative Inodi, Representative Estela Kimbo, Representative Gabini Apple Pancho, Representative Ian Paul D., Representative Angelo Marcos Barba, Representative David Suarez, Deputy Speaker Vilma Santos Recto, Representative Faustino Michael D., Representative Juni Cua, Representative Marlene Alonte, Representative Wes Gatchalian, Representative Raymond D. Mendoza, Representative Cesar Jawo Jimenez, Representative Cyril Abueg Saldivar, Representative Edward Maceda, Deputy Speaker Aurelio Don Gonzales, Representative Ann Hofer, Representative Edsel Lagman, Representative Ron Salo, Representative Frederick Shaw, Representative Arlene Brosas, Representative Lucy Torres Gomez, Representative Maria Teresa Colliantes, Representative Mark Go, Representative Mike Aglipay, Representative Alfredo Garbin Jr., Representative Christine Alexi Tutor, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, Representative Manuel Cabochan III, Deputy Speaker Roby Puno, Representative Precious Hipolito Castelo, Representative Christian Onabia, Representative Jared Gulyas, Deputy Speaker Neptali Boyat Gonzales, Representative Edward Eddie Gulyas, Representative Elizalde Co, Representative Tony Pet Albano, Representative Lawrence Fortun, Representative Yeda Romualdez, Deputy Speaker Evelina Escudero, Representative John Marvin Yul Servo Nieto, Representative Eliza Shinatan. Also, we have Representative Eric Go Yap, Representative Strike Rebilla, Representative Alfredo Vargas, Representative Johnny Pimentel, Representative Jericho Nograles, Representative Pablo John Garcia, Eric Martinez, and Eric Martinez. For our guest, we have from Department of Justice via Zoom, Yusek Emeline Aglipay Villar, Assistant Secretary Nicolas Felix T., and State Counsel Charles Romulo Cambaliza. For National Telecommunications Commission via Zoom, we have Commissioner Gamaliel Cordoba, and in the plenary, we have Deputy Commissioner Edgardo Cabarrios. For Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Commissioner Epairo Luis Amatong via Zoom. For the Bureau of Immigration via Zoom, we have Deputy Commissioner Aldwin Alegre and Attorney Gregorio Sadiasa, Board and Special Inquiry Acting Chief. For the Office of the Solicitor General via Zoom, we have Sojan Kalida. For ABS-CBN in the plenary, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Chairman, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, President and CEO, Ms. Socorro Bidanes, COO for Broadcast, Mr. Raymond T. Miranda, Chief Strategy Officer, Attorney Enrique Quiazon, Corporate Secretary, Attorney Aresio Rendor, Attorney Herminio Zaita, and Attorney Cherry Cruz. Via Zoom, we have Mr. Gabi Lopez, Attorney Ayo Bautista, Chief Legal Counsel, and Attorney Miguel Damaso. And we also have in the plenary, in the gallery, former employees of ABS-CBN, Mr. Jaime Concepcion, Mr. Reparado Galos Jr., Mr. Reynaldo Tugade, Ms. Tauser Bansonan as observers.
Thank you, Comsec. Kasama rin po natin ngayon si Congressman Edgar Sarmiento via Zoom. Ngayon po, atin po ipagpapatuloy yung pagtatanong sa ABS-CBN at yun din ang ating mga resource persons. Naobserbahan po natin na mga nakarang hearing na yung 3 minuto na ating nallocate bawat interpellator ay kulang na kulang po. So ating pong i-adjust ngayon, gagawin na po natin na 5 minutes po ang oras na ating ibibigay para sa ating mga interpellators. Reminder lang din sa ating mga interpellators, pag natanong na po yung question ninyo, kung maaari po iwasan po natin ulitin po yung mga questions para po hindi po tayo pabalik-balik. Para po sa second round, meron po tayong nakalista na 15 members para po magtanong. Chair Jonathan.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
parliamentary query.
Congressman Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, are we allowing non-members to ask questions?
Yes po, Congressman Rimulya, bibigyan po natin ng chance kahit po non-members yung ating mga colleagues po para po lahat naman po ay makapagtanong. Dati na po nating practice po yan na pinapagbigyan din natin ng chance sa yung mga kasama nating committee member. Pero priority po sa listahan po muna yung mga members natin.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, Congressman Remulla.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Sarate.
before we proceed, Mr. Chair, the minority leader is also in the gallery. He was not acknowledged earlier.
The chairman acknowledged the presence of our dear minority leader, Bishop Benny Abante.
Also,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Sarate.
Before we proceed, Mr. Chair, yung minutes nung previous meeting was distributed. But before we approve these minutes, gusto ko pong iwasto yung ilang statements lang dito.
Do you have any objections regarding the minutes, Congressman Sarate?
Yes,
Yes.
corrections.
What are your objections, Congressman Sarate?
Sa page 8, Mr. Chair, no, tinignan ko lang yung paragraph 3. No. If I may read it, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed po, Congressman Zarate.
Okay. Paragraph 3. Representative Zarate thereafter asked 2 relevant questions to Mr. Lopez. Number 1, is he a natural-born Filipino? And second, did he renounce his Philippine citizenship? In both questions, Mr. Lopez answered again in the negative.
Excuse me, Congressman Sarate. Ano po yung objection niyo po dyan?
Hindi ho accurate yung statement, Mr. Chair.
Ano po ang pagkakamali sa statement, Congressman Sarate?
Dahil sa pagkakatanda ko po, he answered in the affirmative sa tanong, is he a natural-born Filipino citizen? Ang negative lang, ang negative ho na sagot niya ay doon ho sa pangalawang tanong, kung ni-renounce ba niya ang kanyang pagiging Pilipino. So yung last statement po, in both questions, Mr. Lopez answered again in the negative, ay hindi ho accurate ang pagkabanggit noon sa ating katitikan, Mr. Chair.
Hearing suspended.
Page 8.
Second, the correction,
Hearing
Mr. Chairman.
resume.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there's really a formal motion, just a correction. And I agree with the Honorable Zarate.
That's an objection, Vice Chairman Defensor. An objection needs also a second.
No, Mr. Chair, I don't think he objected to the minutes. He just corrected some of the provisions. I mean, the paragraphs, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to amend the minutes.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Hearing no objections, minutes amended.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if there are no more corrections, I move to approve the minutes of the previous meeting held on June 1 and June 3, 2020, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion Is there a second?
Second.
Motion duly seconded. Hearing no objections. Motion approved. Mga kasama, sa issue pa rin ng citizenship ni Mr. Gabby Lopez, ang unang round ng ating mga katanungan sa araw na ito. Ang atin pong mga miyembro ay maaari rin magtanong o hingin ang opinyon ng ating mga panauhin na inaasahan po natin na nakapag-take na ng kanilang oath nung nakaraang hearing. Mga panauhin mula sa Department of Justice, NTC, SEC, Bureau of Immigration at Office of the Solicitor General na may kanya-kanyang kasanayan at kagalingan sa usapin na tinatalakay po natin ngayong araw na ito. Sa pagtatapos ng talakayan sa unang issue, kung sakali po na matatapos natin yung issue po ng citizenship ni Mr. Gabby Lopez sa ating pong huling round ngayong araw na ito, tayo po ay tutuloy sa issue na patungkol naman sa mga PDRs. At pagdating po sa usapin ng PDRs, maaari po yung mga hindi pa nagpapalista at gustong magtanong ay magpalista po dito sa ating COMSEC. Sa lahat po ng mga magtatanong sa araw na ito, pinapaalalahanan po kagaya po ng nauna ng binanggit ni Chairman Chikoy na makinig po tayo sa mga naunang magtanong upang hindi na po natin maulit yung mga tanong na nauna nang maitanong bago po tayo magkaroon ng pagkakataon na mag-interpolate. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Chair Jonathan. Para po simulan natin ngayon ang interpellation, nais po i-recognize ng Chair si Congresswoman Lodine Bautista. Congresswoman Bautista, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chairman Chikoy Alvarez and Chairman Jonathan C. Alvarado, to my colleagues in Congress and our guests, and to those who are watching today via Zoom. Let me start off by saying that a franchise is a privilege given by the state. It is not a right. Therefore, no one is entitled to it. So we are having these hearings so we could have a better judgment on whether or not someone shall be given this privilege. So Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to ask my questions directly to our guest, Mr. Gabby Lopez?
Yes po, Congresswoman, please proceed na po para tuloy-tuloy.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Gabby Lopez. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for gracing us with your presence this afternoon in this hearing. So I just have a few questions, sir, with regards to your citizenship and how far you've exercised your right as an American citizen, because you're both an American and a Filipino citizen as well. Sir, Mr. Lopez, do you have any business or do you own or control any business or property in the U.S.?
Mr. Lopez is recognized. Go ahead, Mr. Lopez.
Chairman Alvarez, Chairman Alvarado, members of the Committee for Legislative Franchise, members of the Committee for Good Governance and Public Accountability, members of the Committee on Legislative Franchise and Public Accountability, esteemed members of Congress, viewers, research guests, and Congressman Bautista. Magandang hapon po. Could you kindly repeat your question?
Yes, yes. So my question was, do you own or control any business or property in the U.S.?
We have TFC, the Filipino channel, which is stationed in San Francisco po.
So, as a U.S. citizen, are you required to pay taxes like income tax to the U.S. Internal Revenue Service, like the counterpart of our BIR?
Opo, the way the tax law works is I pay all the taxes that are due in the Philippines. And then if there are any incremental taxes that have to be paid in America, yung binabayaran sa Amerika lang, incremental to the taxes in the Philippines. Because for the most part of the year, I am stationed in the Philippines.
Okay, so would it be correct to say that the U.S. government is also getting income from your taxes that
They
you
get
earn here in the Philippines?
Opo, they get income tax, but only after all the taxes in the Philippines is paid.
So those
Hindi
are
na kulang yung binabayaran sa Pilipinas po.
okay. So those are essentially like the tax credits, right?
Hindi po, talagang nagbabayad ka ng tax. Kasi po, yung tax sa Amerika mas mataas sa Pilipinas.
Yes. Yes. So, moving forward, so last week, when I asked about declaring or pledging allegiance to the United States, you said that as an American citizen, you have never made any declaration of allegiance to the U.S. Do you remember this, Mr. Lopez? I asked you last week.
Opo.
Yes. But you renewed your passport last 2015. In fact,
Congresswoman-
the copy of your
Congresswoman
passport
Bautista.
states that you renewed it 2015 and it expires 2025.
Congresswoman Bautista, from the chair,
Yes.
I'm presiding for the two committees. If we can just please repeat the question because the replies are not clear coming into the, I'm not sure if the people watching can hear what the reply to your question. So if you can just slow down the question previous to what you're asking now.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Chair. So my question was for Mr. Gabby Lopez was, when I asked you about declaring or pledging allegiance to the United States, you said that as an American citizen, you have never made any declaration of allegiance to the U.S.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. But you renewed your passport last 2015, correct?
That is right.
Okay. So on the page 1 of the application for your current U.S. passport, 2015 to 2025, that was submitted to us, on the very part that you signed on March 17, 2015, you declared under penalty of perjury that you are a citizen of the United States, and I quote, have not since acquiring U.S. citizenship or nationality performed any of the acts listed under the acts or conditions on page 4 of the instruction sheet attached to the application. So may I read, Mr. Chair, may I read on what the instruction sheet states on the acts or conditions? You declared, I quote, I have not since acquiring U.S. citizenship or nationality been naturalized as a citizen of a foreign state, taken an oath or made an affirmation or other formal declaration of allegiance to a foreign state, so on and so forth. So my question is, Mr. Lopez, isn't this application for your current U.S. passport, which you signed under oath, in effect a declaration of allegiance to the U.S. government?
Your Honor, I would like to direct the response to this particular question to our corporate lawyer, Ayo Bautista po.
Attorney Bautista, you're recognized. Oh.
Yan. Naririnig na po ninyo ako? Hello?
Please proceed po, Attorney Bautista. Narinig ko kayo.
Naririnig po kayo? Salamat po. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Yung binasa po ni Congressman Bautista, uulitin ko lang po para maliwanag. I have not, since acquiring United States citizenship or nationality, been naturalized as a citizen of a foreign state. Hindi po naging natural citizen si Mr. Lopez kung ano mang estado kasi po natural born Filipino siya. Taken an oath or made an affirmation or other formal declaration of allegiance to a foreign
Ano
state.
na, sasabihin ko dyan.
Sinabi po Congresswoman Bindin ni Mr. Lopez na hindi siya nagtitake ng oath or made an affirmation or other formal declaration of allegiance to the Philippines. Marami pong Supreme Court decisions na nagdideklara that the act of renunciation must be categorical. At wala po siyang oath na binibigay dito sa Pilipinas. At yung pong effect nitong binasa ninyo ay simple lang na if the act or circumstance applies to you, you are simply required to include a supplementary or an explanatory note. Gaya po nung sinabi ko nung last hearing, hindi naman tayo po abogado ng Amerika, kaya hindi ko po alam kung anong ibig sabihin ng oath or affirmation sa kanilang jurisprudence. Pero po sa ating jurisprudence, marami pong kaso na nagsasabi na hindi po ito equivalent to the act or affirmation which disqualifies you as a Filipino citizen. Hindi po yun express renunciation. Salamat po.
Claudine, please proceed po.
Can I be unmute? Okay. Sorry, I was just waiting for me to be unmuted, Mr. Chair.
I'm
So
presiding for the two.
technically, how about the affirmation, Attorney Bautista? So the affirmation in the petition for recognition citizenship, isn't that as well, because it's stated there that has made or made an affirmation. How would you clarify that?
Pakisagot po, Attorney.
Yes, Congressman. Hindi po yung sufficiente as an express renunciation under several Supreme Court decisions. Kung gusto po ninyo, I can submit po a memorandum on what constitutes express renunciation under Philippine jurisprudence para po maliwanag.
Mr. Chairman. Moment, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Inquiry only.
Congressman Remulla.
What is the status of Attorney Bautista to this committee? Is he just the lawyer of Mr. Gabi Lopez, or is he a resource person of the committee?
The status of Attorney Bautista in this committee is he's the lawyer of Mr. Gabi Lopez, but the franchise committee, the rules on franchise committee allows the counsel, the legal counsel to be a resource person in the committee. Vice Chairman Remulla.
Thank you.
Please continue, Congresswoman Bautista. You still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Bautista, I'm not pertaining to the renunciation. Ang tinatanong ko po is, Attorney Bautista, di ba may sinabi siya doon na, di ba niya sinabi doon na wala siyang loyalty sa ibang bansa maliban sa Amerika? Isn't that an affirmation?
Hindi po. Under our laws, ang kailangan po ay express renunciation. Maliwanag po yun. Kahit na ano po yung sabihin ng ibang bayan na affirmation or oath, meron po tayo mga standards na kailangan nandoon para maging express renunciation. At ito po ay hindi one of those.
Wala siya sa Amerika. Okay. Attorney Bautista, so if that's what you're saying, on the other hand, it was his sworn declaration to the U.S. government that was actually false when he signed his passport.
Hindi po false yun.
Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to understand, no, because it says that you should not have loyalty to any other country. So with his recognition, it basically says that his affirmation. So meaning parang false na rin po yung application niya on the US passport.
Ang walang galang lang po, I do not agree that it is false. Para po mas simple, magsasubmit po kami ng legal memorandum explaining the consequences of these statements para po mas simple. Kasi po, legal opinion na po yan eh. Hindi ko naman sinasabi tama ako, ma'am. Pero
Okay, may I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Congresswoman Bautista.
So, Mr. Chair, Sir Gabby Lopez, sir, when was the last time that you used your U.S. passport?
When I travel to America, I always use my U.S. passport and my Philippine passport.
And when was the last time that you used your Philippine passport?
The same time I traveled using my U.S. passport, I bring both passports.
Okay, so we have a copy of your travel records from the Bureau of Immigration, and you know we've seen that you switch between you using your U.S. passport and your Philippine passport. So would it be correct to say, in my own understanding, that you would use your U.S. passport and enter as a U.S. citizen in countries that's easier for you to be, that's more convenient and beneficial to you to be when it's beneficial for you to be an American rather than to be a Filipino?
Actually, when you travel through Europe, if you use a U.S. passport, you don't need a visa.
Yes.
If you use a Philippine passport, you need a visa. On the other hand, when I travel through the ASEAN countries, if you use a Philippine passport, you don't need a visa. And if you use a U.S. passport, you need a visa. However, in traveling to the Philippines immigration always requires you to bring both passports.
So yes, let me just wrap things up. I'm about to finish. So you would use your American citizenship when it is more convenient and beneficial for you in countries when it is easier for you to be an American rather than to be a Filipino, correct?
Alam mo po, only when I'm traveling. But all my life po, I have lived in the Philippines. I was born in America, but I spent my entire life in the Philippines. I only went to college in America, and I only went there when there was martial law and I escaped with my father. But other than that, I have lived my whole life in the Philippines. I have paid all the taxes in the Philippines. In thought, in word, in deed, I am po a Filipino citizen.
Yes. So my last question lang, Mr. Lopez, is, so you arrived on 1986. How come it took you 18 years to file your recognition as a Filipino?
Let me refer that question to our corporate lawyer, Attorney Bautista.
sorry po, hindi po ako ang abogado ni Mr. Lopez dun sa kanyang certificate of request for recognition. But I recall he already answered that. Na it was one of the reasons was for him to get a passport. Ang masasabi ko po lang is under the Bureau of Immigration rule, the when you apply for and get a certificate of recognition, it may be used for any legal purpose. Kaya irrelevant po kung ginamit niya for a passport or whatever legal purpose. At sinabi rin namin na the use of a passport, a foreign passport, or getting a foreign passport does not result into the loss of your Filipino citizenship. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and thank you, Attorney Bautista.
Thank you, Congresswoman Bautista. The next to interpellate is our senior majority leader, Congressman Boying Remulla. Congressman Remulla, also our Vice Chairman, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions are also for Mr. Gabi Lopez, who I'd like to thank for being here in the hearing through Zoom. My first question is, when you traveled to Japan, what passport did you use?
Gandang hapon po, Kong Remulla.
Yes. Good afternoon.
I believe I used my US passport because you don't need a visa.
So, does it not occur to you, Mr. Lopez, that when you use an American passport, you are seeking the protection of the American government whenever you use that document?
I am simply making a decision based on what is convenient in terms of visas.
Yes, but under international law, a person carrying a passport of the United States is under the protection of the US government. That is a declaration to the whole world and to that country that you are a citizen of America.
Opo, I use naman the Philippine passport when I travel through all the ASEAN countries. And that is equally a declaration that I'm a Filipino citizen.
Yes, yes. That is a given. Can you show us both your Philippine and American passports for the record so that we will know how they are so marked in your travels? Are you willing to do this, Mr. Lopez?
I believe it has been asked, the committee has asked for it, and it has been given, the documentation has been given. They've asked for copies of both my US and Philippine passport.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a copy of the records of the passports? Of
Yes,
Mr.
we have a
Lopez?
copy of Mr. Gabi Lopez' passport, and the
And
committee
each and every
secretary
Each
is
and every page of the said passport?
together with the certificate. Do we have it?
Mr. Chairman, can we ask for a suspension, Mr. Chairman?
Hearing suspended. Hearing resumed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bago
It's
po
a-
magpatuloy ng tanong si Vice Chairman Boying Remulla, the committee secretary is directed to give the said copies of the passports to our committee members.
Mr. Chairman, it does not, I'm sorry to say, but this record does not reflect the travel records of Mr. Lopez because not all the pages were copied into the record. That's why I cannot see, it does not state what countries he was in where he used his US passport.
Mr. Gabi Lopez. Mr. Gabi Lopez. Maaari po bang magbigay ng mas magandang kopya at authenticated na kopya si Mr. Gabi Lopez, Comsec?
Your Honor, I directed our staff to make a copy of each and every page of my US and Philippine passport, and that was given to the committee po.
Mr. Gabby Lopez, ang pakiusap po ng committee ito ay kung maaari po at hindi naman makakaperwisyo po sa inyo, ay maipadala po dito yung original na passport po ninyo. Para kami po ang gagawa ng kopya ng original po na passport po ninyo.
Siguro
Mr. Gabby Lopez.
kasama na rin yung taong pinagkakatiwalaan para hindi mawawala sa pagtingin ng tao yung kanyang
Hawak
dokumento.
po ng inyong abogado, Mr. Gabby Lopez.
Okay.
Maraming salamat po. The committee secretary is directed to execute the passport of Mr. Gabby Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, have you gone to any country in Europe using your U.S. passport, Mr. Chairman?
Opo.
Tuwing nagpupunta kayo ng Europe, ang ginagamit nyo rin ay inyong US passport, hindi ho Philippine passport.
That's right. That is correct, Your Honor.
Kaya, again, I would like to tell you that tuwing kayo ho magpupunta ng ibang bansa, nagamit nyo ang American passport, you are telling them that you are under the protection of the American government. Do you realize this, Mr. Lopez?
Your Honor, my lawyer would like to make a
I don't
comment
want,
on this
Mr.
particular
Chairman,
line
I
of
don't want the
questioning.
lawyer to speak here on this issue. I don't think the lawyer is needed to clarify this issue. It's just a statement of fact that whenever a person uses his passport, let's say, I use my Filipino passport, it means I am under the protection of my government, of the Philippine government. But when he uses his American passport, he's under the protection of his government, which is the American government.
Mr. Gabby Lopez, ang inyo pong legal counsel ay maaaring magbigay ng kanyang mga suwestyon at pananaw regarding po sa pagsusumite ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Ngunit ang katanungan po ni Congressman Remulla ay personal po na katanungan sa inyo, kaya maaari po ay personal niyo pong sagutin, Mr. Gabby Lopez.
All right, Your Honor, I am a dual citizen, both an American citizen and a Filipino citizen. Regardless of whether I use my passport to a particular country, I can seek the support of that of being a Filipino or an American in whatever country I'm in. So kunyari po, yung pinag-usapan mo, nandun ako sa Europe using a US passport and I run into a particular problem. I can go to the Philippine embassy and ask for support because it doesn't make a difference what passport you use. You are a US citizen, you are a Filipino citizen, you enjoy the protection and benefits of both countries, regardless of what passport you use po.
Mr. Lopez, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Lopez aware that under the Constitution, dual allegiance is inimical to the national interest?
Can I allow my lawyer to answer this particular question?
Yes.
Maaari
Mr.
po, Mr. Gabby Lopez. Your lawyer is now recognized.
Salamat po. Kasi po yung tanong is not really a question of fact, it's a question of law.
No, it's a question of fact. Is he aware that under the Constitution, dual allegiance is inimical to the national interest? Isn't that like...
Totoo.
Yun lang naman ang tanong ko. Thank you. That's all.
Pero,
Wala na
ang
ho, wala na akong sa
nakadepend po
tanong.
doon-
Basta yun lang ho. Basta alam lang ho nila that dual allegiance is inimical to the national interest.
opo, pwede po ako magsalita ng konti.
Hindi na, may follow-up question ako, baka malimutan ko ho eh. Nais ko lang ho sabihin sa committee na ang problema ho sa dual allegiance ay simple-simple. Pagka hindi magkasundo ang dalawang bansa, ay papipiliin ng tao pagdating ng panahon. At nagkaroon ho tayo ng nakaraan sa kasaysayan na halos 20% ng ating populasyon ay nilagas ng Amerika. Pinatay po ang ating mga kababayan ng Phil-American War, kaya ito'y hindi ho malayong usapin. Ito po yung nasa kasaysayan. Napakarami hong Pilipinong namatay ng Philippine-American War. Kaya yung dual allegiance po ay naroon sapagkat lahat po ng statements sa Constitution ay nababatay sa karanasan ng ating bansa at ng ating lahi. Yun po sana ay malinaw po sa inyo.
Pwede po ba ako magsalita?
Hindi na ho. May susunod na ho ang tanong. There's no need, Mr. Chairman, even if he is a resource person, he cannot speak at will in this committee only when we allow him to. Is that clear, Mr. Chairman?
Vice Chairman Remulla, you still have the floor. So kung sino ang sasagot, nasa iyo po ang floor. Kung sino ang sasagot, kung sino po ang tatanungin mo, ikaw po ang masusunod, Mr. Remulla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question for Mr. Lopez. Did you vote in the Philippine elections, last Philippine elections, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Chairman?
Your Honor. Yes, I did.
Opo.
Nagboto ako sa last election po.
At during the same year, bumoto rin po kayo sa American elections. Ito po yung volunteer nyo sa committee nung huling hearing. Tama ho
Opo.
ba yun?
That is correct.
Hindi pa niya naiisip na pag kayo ho ay bumoboto sa eleksyon ng ibang bansa, ay pinapadama nyo sa kanila na ang karapatan nyo bilang Amerikano ay buong buo, kaya kayo po ay naboto sa kanilang eleksyon. Are you aware of that, Mr. Lopez?
Well, I'm an American citizen and I exercised my right as an American citizen to vote in the election. It was the only election I have ever voted for in the U.S. I have voted in many, many elections in the Philippines.
Sa US ho, ilang beses na ho kayo bumoboto?
Isang beses lang po,
Itong na 2016 lang po.
only in 2016.
Okay. Hindi ko na ho tatanungin kung sino binoto nyo.
I was inspired to vote in that election po.
Ngayon, sa TFC kanina tinanong sa inyo na ito po ay rehistrado sa Amerika at nagbabayad ng buwis sa Amerika. Tama ba ho ito, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano hong citizenship nyo na nag-a-appear pag kayo po ay nasa Amerika? Pagka Filipino channel po pinag-uusapan, kayo ba ay Filipino, American, or dual citizen?
I'm a dual citizen po.
Hindi, pero sa records po ng TFC sa Amerika, ano ho lumalabas? Kayo ba ay Amerikano o Pilipino?
Frankly, I don't recall whether I'm even registered in TFC. No? So it would have to be. Ayo, would you know the answer to this particular question?
Sabi, hindi ako involved sa TFC. Matagal na yung TFC.
Okay. I have one more question before the second round, and that question is, just give me your reaction, no? Kasi meron ho talagang mga tao who are so proud to say that the Philippines is the land of my birth. Like our president, he says that. The Philippines is the land of my birth. Mr. Gabi Lopez, how would you react to that statement vis-a-vis you're having America as the land of your birth?
America as the land of my birth was an accident. It was a consequence of my father's actions. My own actions speak for itself over the last 35 years. I have been a Filipino. I am proud to be a Filipino.
Okay.
What you have to do is look at my record.
Salamat po. Isa na lang po, no? Kanina sinabi nyo nga na kayo ay American citizen at bumoboto kayo at lahat yan. Ngunit nahalata ko po, lahat po ng newsfeed ng ABS-CBN ay hindi ho sinasabi yan. Ang sinasabi ho yun, you are a Filipino citizen. Wala hong sinasabi na kayo po ay American citizen. Ito ba ho ay kasama sa propaganda ng ABS-CBN para ho sa isipan ng tao maitanim na kayo po ay Pilipino at hindi wala ho kayong pagkabanyaga sa inyong pagkatao? Ito ba ho ay sinasadya ho na sabihin sa mga tao na kayo ay Pilipino lamang at hindi sinasabing kayo ay Amerikano rin?
I beg to disagree, Congressman Remulla, to your insinuation that what ABS-CBN News does is propaganda.
Ano ho yan eh? Nagbubukas po ako ng aking computer at ng aking tablet, ng aking telepono, at binuksan ko po yung Google Feeds. Sunod-sunod po yun. Mga article na labas ng ABS-CBN. At lagi ho nakasalagay doon na kayo po ay Filipino citizen. Ngunit kahit minsan, hindi ho binanggit na kayo po ay American citizen din. Sana ho, malaman nyo lang ho yun. Kasi marahil, hindi nyo nababasa yung aking nababasa po.
Would you like me to submit a teacher to you that shows that ABS-CBN has said, I'm both an American citizen and a Filipino citizen?
Hindi na ho kailangan. Sinasabi ko lang ho, yun po ang aking nakikita lagi. Yun ho ang aking nakikita lagi na ang pinararating po sa lahat ng mamayan ng ABS-CBN na kayo po ay Filipino citizen lamang. Hindi ho nila laging kinukompleto yung statement na yon kung makakalusot sa ibang mga pagkakataon po. Natural po yun kasi nga this is a battle of perception that we are doing here. No? Itong franchise application at itong mga tanong na ito is really a battle for perception. And your people are very good at bringing this matter to public attention the way that they want it to, which is to make you appear that you are only Filipino and not American at all.
Ipapaalala
Mr. Chairman.
lamang po. Tapos na po ang iyong katanungan.
Tapos na po.
Maraming salamat po.
you,
Ipapaalala
thank
ko pa naman na nakonsumo mo na po ang iyong 5 minuto. At kasabay po ng paalalang iyan at pasasalamat sa iyong mabilis na pagtatanong ay pag-acknowledge po on the presence of Congresswoman Florida Robes, my fellow Bulaqueña from the Lone District of San Jose del Monte. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay ang ating minamahal na Deputy Speaker, Congressman Rodante Marcoleta. Deputy
Maraming
Speaker
salamat po,
Marcoleta,
Mr.
you're
Chair.
now recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lopez,
Magandang hapon po, Kong Marcoleta.
magandang hapon po at salamat po at hanggang ngayon ay nabibigyan nyo kami ng pagkakataon. Masagot po ninyo ang ilang pang katanungan mula sa amin. Mr. Lopez, ang naiwan pong tanong ko sa inyo bago po ako kinapos ng oras ay yung tanong na bakit naman inabot pa kayo ng 48 taon bago nyo naisipan na kumuha ng Certificate of Recognition. At sinagot po ninyo yon sa kadahilanan na gusto ninyong makakuha ng Philippine passport. Hindi po ba, Mr. Lopez?
Opo.
Kasi po, Mr. Lopez, pagka nga naman kayo ay nakakuha ng Philippine passport, dagdag pong kaginhawaan yun eh. Halimbawa po, kung kayo naglalakbay, halimbawa galing kayo sa Europa, uuwi kayo ng Pilipinas, doon sa return ticket po ninyo, i-require po kayo nung tinatawag na ICAO. Ito po yung International Civil Aviation Organization. Magkakaroon pa po ng konting alingas-ngas kung wala kayong Philippine passport eh. Sa maraming paglalakbay ninyo na inamin ninyo, kailangan nyo talaga yung Philippine passport para maiwasan itong ganitong mga alingas-ngas. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Lopez?
Hindi ko po alam. I am not aware of the ICAO.
Isa pa po dahil sa Amerikano kayo, Mr. Lopez. Pangkaraniwan po kasi pag mga Amerikano pupunta sa ating bansa, hindi po kayo nangangailangan ng visa, hindi po kagaya ng mga Pilipino, talagang sakripisyo po para mabigyan ng visa. Kayo po bilang Amerikano, pangkaraniwan po wala kayong visa eh. Kaya lang, inamin nyo nung nakaraang pagtatanong, meron kayong nakukuhang balikbayan visa. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Lopez?
Hindi balikbayan visa, but balikbayan stamp on your passport.
Ano po yun, Mr. Lopez?
Hindi po balikbayan visa, it is a balikbayan stamp. Balikbayan yung stamp nila sa immigration.
So, ini-stamp po. Ano po yung pananatili po nyo sa bansa pag umuwi kayo? Ilang araw po, ilang buwan ang nakatakda kapag ka po kayo minarkahan ng balikbayan stamp? Ilan po ang binibigay na araw o buwan kaya para kayo'y makapanatili sa ating bansa dahil wala po kayong Philippine passport? Ang ginagamit po niyo yung American passport.
The rules of immigration has changed. I have both my Philippine passport and American passport when I go through immigration now.
Mr. Lopez, nung wala pa po kayong American passport, Philippine passport, ang ginagamit niyo yung American passport. So pag uwi ninyo, tatatakan po yung American passport ninyo ng balikbayan stamp. Ilan pong araw o buwan kaya ang binibigay sa inyo?
I don't recall, Your Honor.
Pwede po ba kayong gumamit ng parang mic? Kasi po medyo hindi po malinaw yung sagot ninyo. O kaya lumapit po kayo ng konti sa inyong laptop para po maging malinaw ang sagot ninyo, Mr. Lopez.
I don't recall, Your Honor.
Kasi po pangkaraniwan, yung mga Amerikanong pumupunta sa atin, in-stamp ng balikbayan or whatever, meron pong pangkaraniwang period na binibigay. Kasi nag-aral po kayo rito, ang sabi nyo, you have practically spent your life entirely in the Philippines. Ibig ba sabihin, wala tayong nalalabag na immigration laws sapagkat nung panahon na wala pa kayong Philippine passport, ang dala nyo ay American passport. So, wala po ba kayong naging kasong overstaying? Hindi po ba kayo siningil sapagkat wala po kayong Philippine passport, Mr. Lopez? Buong buhay ninyo, sabi ninyo, nasa Pilipinas, pero ang dala-dala ninyo ay American passport. Paano po nangyari yon?
I don't recall what was the duration of the stay when they were giving me a balikbayan visa.
Siguro po ay sa darating na panahon, tatanungin namin ng immigration, paano po nangyari yon. Mr. Lopez, nung kayo po'y napanganak sa Boston,
Deputy
Massachusetts.
Speaker Marcoleta, meron po tayong panauhin mula sa immigration. Gusto mo bang magtanong sa immigration?
Tsaka na muna yun, sapagkat mahalaga po yung panahon ni Mr. Lopez, sasamantalahin ko na po ito.
Please continue, Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Lopez, nung kayo po'y mapanganak in Boston, Massachusetts, August 13, 1952, inireport po ba ang kapanganakan ninyo ng inyong mga magulang sa pinakamalapit na konsulada ng ating Pilipinas, ng ating bansang Pilipinas?
Hindi ko po alam kung ginawa nila yan o hindi.
Ano po?
Hindi ko po alam kung ginawa nila yan o hindi.
Kasi po ang mga Pilipino ninyo, ang mga magulang po ninyo, Mr. Lopez, hindi naman po ordinaryong mga Pilipino. Kabilang po kayo sa mga iginagalang na pamilya ng lipunan. Meron po tayong tuntunin, kahit sino pong Pilipino ang mapanganak sa ibang bansa, tungkulin po nating i-report yun sa pinakamalapit na Consulate General Office, maski sa embahada ng ating bansa. Ang pinakamalapit pong embahada sa Boston, Massachusetts, ay yung embahada po ng Pilipinas sa New York. Ngayon po, palagay na po nating nakalimutan nila. Mr. Lopez, nung kayo po dumating sa inyong gustong gulang, gustong kaisipan, kahit na po huli na, pinapayagan naman po yun eh. Bakit hindi po ninyo iniulat sa pinakamalapit na konsulada ang pagkakasilang ninyo sa Amerika?
Your Honor, are you talking about me after I turned 21?
Nasa sa inyo po yun kung napalagay po rin. Meron po kasing mga bata na kahit na 8 taon lang, alam na po niya yung dapat niyang gawin. Merong 18, merong late bloomer. Kung 21 po ang gusto ninyo, nung kayo po'y nakarating sa gulang na 21, hindi po ba ninyo naisip na dapat iniulat po ninyo sa pinakamalapit na embahada ng ating bansa para maitala po sa ating noon ay tinatawag nating National Census and Statistics Office, na ngayon po ang tawag natin Philippine Statistics Authority. Dalawa po kasi ang importansya noon, Mr. Lopez. Unang-una, bibigyan po kayo ng birth certificate, matatala po yun. Bakit hindi po ninyo ginawa yun, Mr. Lopez?
Bago po payagan ng chairman ng committee ito sumagot si Mr. Gabby Lopez, ay papalalahanan lang po si Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta na naubos na po yung iyong 5 minuto at ang susunod po na magtatanong pagkatapos po ninyo ay ang ating Vice Chairman ng Legislative Franchise na si Congressman Tony Pet Albano. At maaari po bang bago sumagot si Mr. Gabby Lopez ay matanong muna natin si Mr. Tony Pet Albano kung siya ay willing na ibigay ang kanyang oras kay Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta. Vice Chairman Albano. Okay.
Alam po,
Pinagbigay alam na po ni Vice Chairman Tony Pet Albano at ni Congressman Inody ang iyong mga dalawang kasunod na you can consume their time at meron ka pa pong panibagong 10 minuto.
Mr.
DS
Chair.
Marcoleta.
Alam po ninyo, kung mapapansin ninyo, halos 3 lamang po kami na kumakatawan sa ibang panig ng usaping ito. Napakarami po ng mga authors ng bill para bigyan ng prangkisa ang ABS-CBN. Kung sila po ay merong 3 minuto bawat isa, kahit na yung bill 5 authors lang, 45 minutes po yun eh. Tatatlo lamang po kami. Hindi ba niyo kami bibigyan ng sapat na panahon naman? Total naman ito para sa kapakanan ng ABS-CBN. Malinawan ng ating mamamayan, Mr. Chair. Kasi po, kung puputol-putulin natin ito, ewan ko po, baka hindi na masakyan ng mga taong gustong maunawaan lahat ito. Lalong-lalo na po yung mga kababayan natin, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta, ulitin ko po, ibinigay na po sa iyo yung panibagong 10 minuto ni Congressman Tony Pet Albano at ni Congressman Inody. You may continue without any interruptions, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Salamat po. Mr. Lopez, ang naiyong ko pong tanong sa inyo, una, bakit hindi po nagawang i-report ng inyong mga magulang? Meron po tayong tinatawag na form dyan eh. Ito po yung Philippine Report of Birth. Na yan po ay regulasyon ng ating pamahalaan. Saan man kayong panig ng mundo na panganak, kailangan po ninyong i-report yon sapagkat kung gusto po ninyong kayo matala bilang isang Pilipino. Ngayon, nung kayo'y nasa ustong gulang na, hindi rin po ninyo ini-report sa ating tanggapan sa ibang bansa. Bakit po?
Your Honor, I would like to direct
Hindi ko marinig yung ano eh.
Ayo Bautista, my lawyer, to respond to this particular question.
Mr. Gabby Lopez, maaari po ba kayong lumapit sa inyong monitor kasi hindi po kayo masyadong maintindihan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Gabby Lopez.
How is this? Is this better?
Opo, mas malakas po.
Your Honor, I would like to direct my counsel to respond to this particular question from
Hindi po masasagot po ng counsel ninyo yan, Mr. Lopez. Ipagpaumanhin po ninyo. Sapagkat ang tanong ko, kayo lang pong pwedeng sumagot. Hindi po niya malalaman ang nasa isip ninyo at lalong hindi niya marirecall sapagkat nung nandun kayo sa Amerika, hindi naman po niyo siguro kasama yung abogado ninyo eh. Kayo po ang pwedeng sumagot lamang dyan. Ipagpaumanhin na po ninyo.
I understand, Colonel Marcoleta, it's just a point of order that, I want to clarify that only a lawyer can give his legal opinion.
Mr. Gabby Lopez, ulitin po namin sa inyo, ang inyo pong legal counsel ay pwedeng sumagot on part of ABS-CBN. Yun nga lang po, Mr. Gabby Lopez, ang katanungan po ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta ay patungkol po sa inyong personal na buhay. At tungkol po sa personal ninyong buhay, kung hindi po ang magulang mo ang sasagot, Mr. Gabby Lopez, ikaw na po siguro ang pinakamakakaalam kung ano po yung nangyari sa iyong personal na buhay. At sa pagkakataon pong ito, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta still have the floor. Siya po ang magsasabi kung sino po ang gusto niyan tanungin at sino po ang gusto niyan sumagot. Maraming salamat po.
Your Honor, I cannot recall the reason why I did not go to Congress or the hall of to get a Philippine citizenship. I only know through my lawyers that it does not change the fact that I am a Filipino citizen, regardless of whether I actually executed these things habang bata pa rin ako o hindi.
Mr. Lopez, hindi po ninyo nasasagot po ang aking tanong eh. Ano po ang dahilan bakit hindi naiulat ang inyong pagkakasilang sa Amerika? Gayong ito po ay isang tuntunin na dapat tuparin ng isang Pilipinong naipanganak sa ibang bansa. Yung magulang po, maring nakalimutan. Pwede natin silang pagpasensyahan. Eh kayo po, nakalimutan din po ba ninyo?
Well, apparently I did, Your Honor, because I did not do it.
Oh. Alam po ba ninyo kung bakit ko tinatanong ito, Mr. Lopez? Kasi po nung nag-apply kayo ng Philippine Certificate of Recognition noong October 3, 2000, na kung hindi po kami nagkakamali, ang Immigration Commissioner ay kasama namin po ngayon sa kapulungan ito, si Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Kasi po, ipag mawalang galang na po, kung ako po kasi ang commissioner ng immigration nung panahon na yon na kayo nag-apply, ang una ko pong kukunin sa inyo ay yung birth certificate ninyo. Wala pong katumbas na halaga yun, Mr. Lopez. A birth certificate is conclusive upon all your claims to citizenship. Wala na pong iba. Ang problema po, ni-require po ba kayo ng Bureau of Immigration nung panahon na yon na mag-submit kayo ng birth certificate? Authenticated by the National Census and Statistics Office na kung tawagin ngayon ay Philippine Statistics Authority. Hindi po kayo ni-require ng gano'n eh. Ni-require po ba kayo na mag-submit kayo ng dokumento na nagpapatunay na nung kayo'y napanganak, ang pagkamamamayan o citizenship ng inyong ama ay Pilipino pa rin? It could happen, Mr. Lopez, that at the time of your birth, pwede namang mangyari na kahit Pilipino pa ang ama ninyo, anong malay natin, several years prior to your birth in 1952, maaring nagpalit kasi ng citizenship ang inyong ama. Kasi po may balita naman at totoo, kayo na rin po ang nagbalita sa ANC, nabasa ko lang ito eh. Na in 1947, ang ama po ninyo ay nag-aral sa isang military school sa Virginia. Hindi ko naman po sinabing ni-renounce niya yung kanyang Philippine citizenship. Maaari lamang po. So, hindi po kayo ni-require ng Bureau of Immigration na nag-submit man lang kahit na yung passport po ng ama ninyo na noong 1952 talagang Pilipino pa siya. Nag-submit po kayo ng passport ng inyong ina, pero yung passport niya po 1998 na, 46 years after you were born. Mr. Chair, binasa ko po yung lahat ng mga immigration papers na isnabmit nila dito sa atin, kahit na napakalabo po. Halos mabulag na po ako pero pinag-aralan kong mabuti. Wala na isang man po, Mr. Chair, na in-authenticate po ng Philippine Statistics Authority o ng Civil Registrar ng ating bansa lahat ng kanilang isinabmit na dokumento. Napakadali pong nakakuha ng Certificate of Recognition sa pamamagitan lang po ng mga Xerox copies na isinabmit ninyo. Ganun po ba ang pagkuha ng Certificate of Recognition? Mr. Lopez, ang isa pong bata, o kahit na hindi bata, mag-aaral, hihingan po ng authenticated certificate of birth sa Philippine Statistics Authority. Magtatrabaho ka po, hahanap ka ng trabaho, i-require ka po ng authenticated birth certificate mula sa Philippine Statistics Authority. Ito po, kumukuha kayo ng Philippine recognition. Hindi man lang po kayo na-require ng Bureau of Immigration, ipakita po ninyo ang birth certificate. Kung ako po, ang Bureau of Immigration Commissioner nung panahon na yon, hindi ko kayo bibigyan sapagkat wala kayong ipakikita sa aking birth certificate.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Please respond.
I'd like to allow my lawyer, Mike Damaso, who was actually the one who filed the certificate for recognition, to respond to your particular question, Your Honor.
Ano po ang sasabihin ng abogado niyo, Mr. Gabi Lopez? Pwede po bang malaman kung anong sasabihin niya?
He will answer your question po, Your Honor.
Sige nga po.
Magandang hapon po,
Excuse me,
Congressman
Mr.
Marcoleta.
Damaso, kayo po ba ay nakapag-take na ng inyong oath?
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
Sige po, you may continue.
Tungkol po dun sa birth certificate na hindi o na isubmit sa application for recognition ni Mr. Lopez, ang rason po niyan ay ang recognition ay procedure para dun ho sa mga walang birth certificate. Dahil kung merong birth certificate ho si Mr. Lopez, hindi na ho kakailanganin ang recognition at yun lang ho ang isasubmit niya sa Foreign Affairs at mabibigyan na ho siya ng passport. Ang rason ho kaya nga hindi makakuha ng passport ay dahil ho walang birth certificate at hindi na rehistro yung kanyang pagkapanganak sa Massachusetts. Kaya nga itong procedure na ginagawa ng Bureau of Immigration para dun sa sitwasyon po na walang mga birth certificate na natural-born Filipino dahil sa Amerika sila pinanganak. So, yan ho ang rason kaya nga kumuha ho ng recognition dito sa Pilipinas.
O di inaamin po ninyo, attorney, na talagang wala siyang birth certificate, hindi po ba?
Hindi ho narehistro sa Amerika dahil po nakaligtaan lang ng mga magulang.
Oo
na
nga po.
walang,
Oo nga po,
hindi
ganito lang.
nakapunta
Simple
sa-
lang po ito. Simple lang po ito. Meron po siyang birth certificate, pero inisyu po ng gobyerno ng Amerika.
Tama
Nakaligtaan po na mag-submit ng Philippine birth report, kaya wala pong na-issue sa kanyang birth certificate ang Pilipinas. Tama po?
Tama po yan.
Oo.
Tama.
Iyon po yung tinatanong ko sa kanya kanina. Nung kayo po'y mag-apply, kayo po ba yung tumulong sa kanya?
Opo.
Nung kayo po'y mag-apply ng Certificate of Recognition, ang binigay po ninyong mga dokumento, tinitingnan ko po, ni isa ay wala pong authentication mula sa ating tinatawag ngayon Philippine Statistics Authority. Ni wala pong pinakita ng panahon na naipanganak po si Mr. Gabby Lopez, ang kanyang ama ay Pilipino pa nung panahon na yun. Dapat po kasi, meron yun. Paano po pagbabasihan ang pagbibigay po sa kanya ng Certificate of Recognition dahil wala nga po siyang birth certificate kung hindi po ibibigay ang mga dokumento na sertipikado, authenticated ng Philippine Statistics Authority. Yun lamang po ang mapagbabasihan natin. Kasi po, ito po
Ganito po yun.
Hindi, sandali po. Kung hindi po nakaligtaan ng kanyang mga magulang, at ganun din si Mr. Gabby Lopez, wala po sanang pagtatalo sapagkat meron po siyang birth certificate. The most laudable conclusion po dito, attorney, parang yung mga magulang ni Mr. Gabby Lopez at saka siya, mukhang ayaw naman nilang magpa-recognize bilang isang Pilipino. Sapagkat hindi nila inireport. Hindi po kasi kapani-paniwala, attorney, panganay po kasi si Mr. Gabby Lopez. At maski tingnan po ninyo sa mga larawan, nung siya pa'y bata-bata, maganda lalaki po. Sa tuwa po ba ng magulang, kaya nakalimutan niyang, importante po yun, panganay yun eh. Pag napanganak po ang anak ninyo, hindi po niyo malaman ang kaligayahang nasa loob ninyo eh. Kailangan po matala sa gobyernong Pilipino. Alam mo, abogado po kayo eh. Yung certificate of birth, yun po yung conclusive proof. Sasabihin po natin, attorney, under the 1935 Constitution, Pilipino ang pangalan niya, Jus sanguinis, di ba?
Opo.
Attorney, we were taught in law school that the principle of jus sanguinis is a legal fiction, technically speaking. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Tama. Patutunayan mo po yon sa mga authenticated, certified, reliable documents na kinuha ninyo sa Philippine Statistics Authority para po mabigyan kayo ng substitute for a birth certificate. Tingnan po ninyo, yung binigay ninyo certificate, mga dokumento sa amin. Ni isa, attorney, wala pong certified, wala pong authentication. Paano po kayo nagkaroon ng certificate of recognition? Kayo na po ang sasagot sa taong bayan. Tutuloy na lang po ako sa ibang mga tanong. Mas importante po ito. Salamat po, attorney. Salamat po.
Isang paliwanag lang po kung pwede, Congressman.
Hindi po. Ayos na po yun.
Maiksi po.
Ayos na po yun. Ayos na po sa amin yun. Mr. Lopez, nung kayo po yung unang tinanong ni Congressman Boying Remulla, tinanong po kayo kung, yung kauna-unahan po na nagkita tayo, Mr. Lopez, tanong po niya sa inyo, kayo po ba'y 50% Pilipino o 50% na Amerikano? Ano na po yung naisagot niyo noon, Mr. Lopez? Hindi ko na po kasi masyadong matandaan.
Hindi ko din maalala yung sagot ko.
Hindi.
Your Honor.
May I go for the records? Ano po? Yes po. Sa mga tweet, kalahati po Pilipino, kalahati naman Amerikano. E di, parang lamangan. Walang lamangan po, Mr. Lopez, di ba?
Hindi po. Hindi po.
Ano na po yung sagot nyo?
I am 100% Filipino.
Ano po?
I am 100% Filipino.
100% American lang po kayo? Pilipino. Paano po yung... sandali. Mr. Lopez, ang sagot nyo, you were 100% Filipino and 100% American. Yun po ba?
Hindi po.
Ano po yung sagot nyo?
The issue of dual citizenship is merely a technical issue. In terms of substance, in terms of allegiance, I am 100% Filipino po.
Sa mga tuwid, wala po kayong allegiance sa American government.
Wala po.
Paano po natin tatanggapin yon? Kayo po inapanganak sa Amerika. Lahat po ng abogado nyo, tagapagtanggol pong mga kasama namin dito na naglalayo magkaroon kayo ng prangkisa. Tinanong pa kayo, did you renounce your American citizenship? Pagka tanggi-tanggi pa ninyo, no. Pagkatapos sasabihin nyo sa amin na wala kayong allegiance sa American government. Baka gusto po ninyo, reviewin muna yung tanong ninyo, Mr. Lopez, at naririnig po kayo ng American Embassy. Kayo po ay Amerikano ngayon. Kasi po, Mr. Lopez, ang matinding problema na kinakaharap ninyo sa pagdinig na ito ay hindi naman po yung pagiging Pilipino na nababalot po ng napakaraming pagdududa. Kung hindi, yung pagiging Amerikano ninyo. Bakit po? Kahit na po tanggapin ko na Pilipino kayo ngayon, Mr. Lopez, sige, wala na po yung duda halimbawa, hindi rin po kayo makaliligtas do sa pagtatangi sa Pilipino lamang na may karapatang magmay-ari at mamahala ng mass media sapagkat dalawa po nga ang inyong pagkamamamayan. Isang Amerikano kayo at isa pang Pilipino. Ulitin ko po, Mr. Lopez, mahigpit po ang kautosan ng ating saligang batas. Ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to Filipinos, or corporations, cooperatives, associations, wholly owned by such citizens. Kapag ka purong kape po ang pinag-uusapan, Mr. Lopez, barako po ang ibig sabihin nun. Hindi po kape Amerikano na nabibili ni Congressman Mike Defensor sa Starbucks. Ganun lang po kasimple yun. Gaya po ng nasabi ko na, Mr. Lopez, ang pagiging Pilipino nyo siguro tatanggapin namin. Pero yung nagiging problema, bagamat ginusto nyong kilalanin lang ang pagka-Pilipino nyo ngayon, yung po talagang pagiging Amerikano. Pwede po bang sabihin ninyo sa amin, Mr. Lopez, ito po tapatan, nakaharap po kayo sa taong bayan, na kapag sinusuri natin ang mahigpit na kautosang ito ng ating saligang batas, tatanggapin lamang po ba namin ang pagiging Pilipino ninyo? At tatakpan namin ang aming mga mata Na kayo hindi Amerikano? Ganun po bang gusto ninyong gawin?
Alam niyo po, I am already 68 years old po. My record over the last 35 years is in the public records. You don't have to make a judgment without evaluating the evidence po. So if you look at that judgment, I stand by the record that I have put together in the last 35 years as chairman of ABS-CBN po. It is very clear what my actions have been. There is no question that there's a conflict of interest between my being a Filipino and being an American. Time and again, I have shown that my actions always favor the Filipino. That is why our saying, the mission statement of ABS-CBN is in the service of the Philippines.
I am not making any judgment. For the record, I'm going to say that, Mr. Lopez. But since it was, you were the one who brought this up. Sabi ko nga po kanina sa abogado ninyo, natutunan po namin sa eskwela na ang prinsipyo ng jus sanguinis is basically a legal fiction. I'd like to be able to ask you, Mr. Lopez, when you said that you will live and die as a Filipino, may I ask you if that claim for patriotism was supported by empirical evidence of allegiance to this country? You please tell us briefly, how much have you done for the Philippines to merit an evaluation of your loyalty, your fidelity, and your allegiance to this country? You tell us. Those are big words. You wanted to live and die for this country. But citizenship is one, allegiance is another. They say that citizenship, Mr. Lopez, is better found, or the meaning of that can be found in allegiance, because citizenship is not convenience. Citizenship is earned, that is not inherited, technically speaking. You tell us now, Mr. Lopez, how much have you done so that we can sufficiently assert or even assess your allegiance to this country? It is your time, Mr. Lopez. Please tell us.
I agree, Your Honor, that citizenship should not be inherited. It should be earned.
Siguro po gumamit na po kayo. Hindi ko po talaga kayo, I'm sorry Mr. Lopez, hindi ko po marinig talaga ang inyong, wala po ba kayong, attorney, bigyan mo naman siya ng mic.
How is that, Your Honor? Can you hear me now?
Yan, medyo malinaw na po.
I agree, Your Honor, that citizenship should be earned and not inherited. I believe that the actions that I've carried out throughout my career as the chairman of ABS-CBN merit that I have done everything I can for the Filipino. There are many instances of this particular fact. Perhaps we can just relate one event. Attorney Brosas, I believe, talked about the fact that when ABS-CBN was taken off the air, there were over 3 million Filipinos that no longer could receive any signal that allowed them to be informed about the issues that beset our country, in particular the pandemic. Those 3 million Filipinos live in areas that are outlying areas. Hindi po yon in the rural areas. These are out in the mountains. And these are places where we have put our signal in order to reach these Filipinos. Those signals that we put in these particular areas will not generate the kind of income that will allow you as a businessman to make an adequate return. We did it because we believe that the Filipino should be informed. And those are the people that are affected by the fact that the ABS-CBN has been closed. Hindi yan negosyo po. That was a decision that was made to extend our reach to the far reaches of the Filipino nation, even though we are not making money in doing it.
Mr. Lopez, ang allegiance po ay personal. Ang ginawa po ng ABS-CBN, nakapagpasaya sa tao, nakapagbigay ng inspirasyon, yan po naman talaga ang tungkulin ng isang broadcast company. May television po kayo, may radyo. So kung nagagawa po ninyo yan, yun po naman talagang produkto ninyo. Diyan naman po kayo talaga kumikita. So hindi po yun ang allegiance. Ang ibig ko sabihin bilang kayo po, kasi ang i-issue po ngayon kayo, hindi naman ang ABS-CBN. Gusto naming malaman kasi, sino po ba si Mr. Lopez kung ang susukatin po natin ay yung kanyang allegiance sa kanyang bansa. Mr. Lopez, would you believe, sir, that after ABS-CBN was granted a franchise of more than 50 years, this Congress has earned its right to know from you personally, how you participated in our political process. How did you pay your taxes? How do you value your oath as a Filipino? Ito po ang kailangan, Mr. Lopez. Ganito na lamang po, para siguro matapos tayo sa issue ng allegiance. Mawalang galang na po, Mr. Lopez. Pwede ba naming hilingin sa inyo na i-recite ninyo yung unang linya ng Panatang Makabayan? Unang linya lang. Congressman Zarate, baka gusto mo ng tulungan.
I take exception to the side comments of Congressman Marcoleta.
Baka lang gusto nyo pong tulungan.
I have my own time.
Iniibig ko ang Pilipinas.
Salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, I move to strike the statement of Mr. Marcoleta.
COMSEC is directed to strike out the previous comment.
Mr. Chair, may I the reason why that statement should be stricken from the record? I
Congressman
simply ask
Zarate.
our colleague if he would like to help.
I am not the one under interpellation, Mr. Speaker. I have my
Move to
own
suspend,
time,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Later. Why would the gentleman...
Hearing resumed.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Congressman Marcoleta, you still have the floor.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what is the point of order, Minority Leader?
I just would like to ask if this is a committee hearing or a court, Mr. Chairman.
Obviously, Minority Leader, this is a committee hearing. This
Okay.
is a joint committee hearing.
Therefore, if this is a committee hearing where members of the committees are not even lawyers, we would like to request that yung mga abogado natin, sa korte na lang, sabihin niya mga yan. I don't think it's proper. Being a layman, being a layman, this is a committee hearing, not a court.
Thank you for that manifestation, Minority Leader Benny Abante.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, please start to wind up.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick reply to the Honorable Minority Floor
Yes,
Leader.
Vice Chairman Defensor.
Yes, to our respected Minority Floor Leader and the Honorable Beniabante, Honorable Chair, I think we have to first establish that this is a hearing joint by the Committee on Franchise and Good Government. The reason why the Committee on Good Government was involved in this meeting is that there may be malfeasance or misfeasance in the issues that have been raised, particularly, Mr. Chair, issues such as taxes, issues such as labor issues that were raised. So, Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of everyone, the Minority Floor Leader and also those of the majority, there is also a mix of how we conduct the hearings. In the case of the registered franchise, the practice is the lawyers are allowed to reply because, Mr. Chair, in the discussion of the franchise, they discuss the legal issues as regards the franchise and some of the legal concepts that have to be discussed. In the case of the Committee on Good Government, of which the Honorable Alvarado is the chairman, the lawyers are only allowed to advise. So, with the kind indulgence of everyone, I understand the issues and how we treat the issues on this, but this is an application for renewal, and therefore we have to one by one assess the issues, and maybe sometimes it borders on the legal. So, to our beloved Minority Floor Leader, just for the record, to clarify the issues that involved. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank
Mr.
you,
Chairman,
Minority
is this a hearing
Yes,
on renewal?
Congressman Remulla.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, is this a hearing for renewal or is it for the granting of a new franchise?
This is a continuing hearing for the renewal and also a hearing for granting of the new franchise. Nasa rules po ng Committee on Legislative Franchises na oras na hinirna ang isang bill, ididiretso po ito. Nasimulan po noong March 10 ang kauna-unahang hearing tungkol sa renewal, kaya under the rules of the Franchise Committee ay patuloy pa rin po ang hearing ng renewal kahit po ang hinahanap na natin ngayon ay new franchise. Maliwanag po, Congressman Remulla.
I just beg your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, because technically, we know that once a franchise has expired, there's nothing to renew. So we are now threading through the waters of legal fiction in this case.
Mr. Chairman.
Maaari niyo pong paraanin sa ganung pananalita, Congressman Remulla, ngunit gaya nga po ng nauna ko nabanggit, iyan po ay sinasang-ayunan ng rules ng Legislative Franchise Committee, Congressman Remulla. At aminado po tayo na malayo po ang pagkakaiba ng rules natin sa Blue Ribbon saka sa Legislative Franchises, pero sinasang-ayunan po ito ng mga miyembro ng Committee on Legislative Franchises, Congressman Remulla.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. But I have another point, Mr. Chairman. When we talk about lawyers answering the questions, although it is recognized by the Franchise Committee for lawyers to answer questions with the Franchise Committee, there are questions that are personal, being propounded, or are personal, need the personal answer of the person being asked. And we cannot rely on lawyers to give personal answers when they are not the ones being asked the question.
Totoo po, tama po, Congressman Remulla. Kaya po kung inyong napansin, binigyan po ng laya ni Chairman Chikoy at ng inyo pong abang lingkod, Chairman Alvarado, na kung sino, kung nakanino po ang floor, kayo po ang magdirekta kung sino ang gusto nyong tanungin at kung sino ang gusto nyong sumagot.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what is your point of order, Vice Chairman Defensor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, earlier you said that this is already a renewal hearing. I'd just like to clarify that during our first session, we agreed that we will not first discuss whether it is a renewal or a new franchise. We will hear the issues first and then later on discuss whether it is new or renewal or new, because we do not want to be, the members of the committee and all of us here do not want to be in a situation where we just look into those issues and not really looking at the substance of the renewal of the franchise, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Mike Defensor. At sana po ipagpatuloy po natin ng mas mabilis itong linya natin na pagtatanong.
Mr. Chair.
At para po sa huling katanungan,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Minority Leader.
I appreciate the explanation of Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. I am not questioning personally my good friend Congressman Marcoleta. I am just raising a point of order, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, maraming salamat po sa inyong manifestation at paglilinaw, Minority Leader Bishop Benny Abante. At sa huling katanungan po ni DS Marcoleta, we give back the floor to Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Mga ilang katanungan po ito, hindi huli. Konti na lamang po ito. Sana makapagpasensya po kayo, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to make of record, nung tinanong ko po yung unang linya ng Panatang Makabayan, kinotes po nung abogado ni Mr. Lopez yung iniibig ko ang Pilipinas. Yung pong abogado ang nagbulong sa kanya. Pwede na po ba akong magpatuloy,
Is that
Mr.
for the
Chair?
record? Is that for the record?
Just for the record, Mr. Chair. Pwede na pong magpatuloy?
Opo, Deputy Speaker, binigay ko
Salamat
na po sa inyo ang floor. Sa inyo po yan, buong buo.
Salamat po. Mr. Lopez, ang isa pong bansa, mapa-Amerika man, kahit ano pong bansa, nire-require po ang kanilang mga mamamayan na mag-profess ng 100 allegiance sa kanilang bansa. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Lopez?
Hindi ko
Ibig
po
sab-
alam, Your Honor.
Opo. Ang Amerika po is requiring 100 allegiance from its citizens. In the same manner that our country, the Philippines, also requires the same total allegiance to it. Hindi po ba, Mr. Lopez?
I don't recall having ever to give oath of allegiance, Your Honor.
Hindi po, ganito lang kasimple. Ang Amerika nagre-require ng 100% allegiance. Ang ating bansa din sa Pilipinas, nagre-require rin po ng 100 allegiance sa kanyang mga mamamayan. Wala po sigurong pagtatalo doon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lopez, you were born in America to Filipino parents. And because of the concurrent application of the national laws of the two states, nagkaroon po kayo ng dalawang citizenship, pagiging Amerikano at saka Pilipino. In the remote possibility that the Philippines declares war against the United States, which side will you take? The flag of your birth or the flag of your parents?
I'm a Filipino, Your Honor. I would take the side of the Philippines.
You will take the side of the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor.
Despite the fact, on the assumption that the UN Embassy is hearing these proceedings, you will still state that you will side the Philippine flag. Tama po yun?
Yes, Your Honor. They are very well aware of my dual citizenship. This is not a new fact.
Kung ganun po, naalala ko po kasi yung huling tanong sa inyo ni Congressman Mike Defensor. Tinanong po kasi kayo on whether or not you have considered giving up your American citizenship if only to erase the doubts about allegiance at saka para naman po makapag-comply kayo doon sa mahigpit na requirement ng saligang batas. Ang narinig ko po kasing sinabi nyo, you have to correct me if I am wrong, pero ang sabi po ninyo, I will give up. Or you said, ito po, I quote this, that if conflict of interest arise, I would give up my American passport in a minute.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Bigyan nga po ninyo kami ng halimbawa, Mr. Lopez. Ano-ano po ba yung halimbawa ng mga conflicts of interest that you will finally be compelled to kiss your American citizenship goodbye?
I do not see a situation where that would occur, Your Honor. You give me the example, Your Honor.
Ano daw yan? Hindi ko, pakiulit po ninyo, Mr. Lopez.
I do not see a situation where I would be in a
Wala po.
situation where I would have to choose between the U.S. and Philippine citizenship.
Okay.
Baka po ikaw pwede,
Okay. Sa mga tuwid, sinasabi po ninyo na wala po kayong nakikitang conflict of interest sa ngayon para kailangang mamili kayo sa pagitan ng gobyerno ng Amerika at saka ang ating gobyerno. Mr. Lopez, hindi po ba sapat na dahilan ang sinasabi ng ating saligang batas sa pagmemay-ari at pamamahala ng mga kumpanyang may kinalaman sa mass media at dapat Pilipino lamang ang bigyan ng pagkakataong makapamalakad at mag-ari? Hindi po ba isang halimbawa na ito ng isang mahigpit na conflict of interest? At kinakailangan nyo ng mamili sana, Mr. Lopez?
hindi po. I think all my actions have been clearly on behalf of the Philippines. Everything that I've done is in the service of the Filipinos. So I don't see a situation where I am in conflict with the U.S. citizenship.
Mr. Lopez, nabasa na po ba ninyo yung Article 16, Section 11? Dito po, pwede po kayong magpatulong sa inyong abogado sapagkat napakahigpit po ng kautusan na ito. Kanina po binanggit ko na, ang pagmemay-ari at pamamalakad ng mass media ay limitado lamang sa mga Pilipino, pati na yung korporasyon, kooperatiba, asosasyon, na dapat buong-buo ang pag-aari nila. Yun po yun eh. Walang puwang dito ang ibang lahi, Mr. Lopez. Kaya sinasabi ko, ito po ba pinapayagan ng pagiging Amerikano nyo pa? Dito sa saligang batas na ito, itong provision na ito?
Your Honor, can I direct Ayo Bautista to respond to this particular question po?
Ano daw?
Can I direct my lawyer Ayo Bautista
Opo.
to respond to this particular question?
Opo, Mr. Lopez. Sige po.
Salamat po.
Salamat po, Congressman Marcoleta. Naririnig po ba ninyo ako?
Opo, kayo po malakas.
Marami pong salamat. Yung pong binabanggit ninyong batas sa constitutional provision sa allegiance, maliwanag po na kailangan ng enabling law. Wala pong enabling law specifically referring to ownership of mass media. Pangalawa po,
Sandali
yung
po, sandali
ownership
po,
of
sandali
mass
po.
media po,
Sandali po. Sinasabi po ninyo,
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Pilipino lang kayo. Ang
Deputy
nakalagay lang
Speaker
po doon
Marcoleta.
ay kailangan Pilipino kayo. At sa amin pong research, wala kami nakikita na meron kaming bina-violate na kaso o batas when Mr. Lopez is a stockholder or a manager in mass media. Wala po talaga.
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, bago niyo po ituloy yung inyong katanungan, papaalala ko lang po sa inyo na pagkatapos ninyo ay meron pang 10 magtatanong.
alam
At
ko po, Mr.
sana
Chair.
po iyan na po ang inyong huling katanungan, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, kagaya po ng sinabi ko, total matatapos naman po ito siguro mga 5 minuto na lang. Pagbigyan nyo na po ako.
Mr. Chair, I will give my time to the Honorable Marcoleta.
Oh, thank you. The next to interpolate is Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Thank you for giving it to Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Attorney Bautista, sinasabi po ninyo na kailangang magkaroon ng enabling law.
Opo.
Nakasulat po ba sa saligang batas, sa provision na ito, Article 16, Section 11, na kailangan po ang enabling law?
Opo. Nakalagay po dyan, it shall be dealt with by law.
Pwede po ba niyong basahin yung
I'm
Article
sorry,
16?
I'm talking of the allegiance po. I'm sorry. You're referring to the ownership of mass media.
Hindi po, ang sinasabi ko lang, basahin nga po ninyo yung Article 16, Section 11, Paragraph 1 ng 1987 Constitution. Kung nakalagay po dyan, yung as may be provided by law. Baka inamend po ninyong mag-isa ang ating saligang batas, Mr. Bautista.
Pasensya na
Nakalagay
po kayo,
po ba?
wala sa akin yung Constitution
Wala
ngayon.
po yata
Hanapin ko
kayong
po. Ano
kopya
po
eh.
yun ulit? Basta po doon sa specific provision ng Constitution with respect to allegiance, nakalagay po doon, maliwanag, it should be dealt with by law. Kaya po kailangan ng enabling law. Doon po sa ownership and management, basta
Mr.
nakalagay lang po doon, a Filipino citizen.
Attorney, hindi po yung Article 4, Section 5 ang pinag-uusapan natin. Ang tinatanong ko po, kaya pinatulungan ko po si Mr. Lopez, ang buong akala ko tutulungan nyo siya. Huwag po ninyong guguluhin ang pinag-uusapan. Article 16, Section 11. Ang sabi po ninyo, nakalagay doon, as may be provided by law. Wala pong ganon.
Meron po dun sa notes ko po, hahanapin ko pa.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What is your point of order,
Well,
Vice Chairman
Mr. Chairman,
Remulla?
since we are in this topic right now, when we raise a point of order, we may read the law that is being asked, propounded, the question being propounded by the gentleman. In Section 11, Article 16 of the 1987 Constitution, which is our Constitution, not America's, states, I quote, "The ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens." Wala ho nalalagay dito as may be provided by law. Just to be clear on this, Mr. Chairman. That's my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Remulla. Please continue, Attorney.
Tama po yung sinabi ni Vice Chair Remulla. Pero wala rin pong nagsasabi na kailangan po, Pilipino lang kayo to be an owner or a manager of mass media. At gaya po ng sinabi ko, wala po kaming nahanap sa kaso o batas na pinagbabawal ang dual citizen na magkaroon ng interest as a manager or owner of a media company. Wala po talaga.
Attorney Bautista, kababasa lang po ni Congressman Remulla. At siguro po dahil sa napakaliwanag naman po nitong provision na ito na sinasabing limitado lang sa Pilipino, hahanap ka pa ng ibang batas na mapupagkukuhanan. Sinabi na ngang Pilipino lang ihahalo mo pa yung ibang lahi. Naintindihan niyo po ba ito na ito'y saligang batas? Pinakamataas na uri ng batas na umiiral sa ating bansa. Sinabi Pilipino lang, purong Pilipino. Pagkatapos maghahanap po kayo dito, nahahaluan po ninyo ng iba. Ewan ko po kung paano ninyo, kahit po pabaligtad po ninyong basahin ito, alam po ba ninyo yung basic sa ating statutory construction? Pagka po maliwanag ang isang provision, huwag mo nang i-interpret, i-apply mo na lang, Mr. Lopez. Ganito po yon. Maski po yung miyembro ng US Supreme Court, siguro po kakilala ninyo, retired na po ito, si Justice Antonin Scalia. Ang sabi po niya, if it is not there, it is not there. If it is there, it is there. Any contrary view is wishful thinking. Sana po basahin po ninyo, Attorney Bautista. Tuloy na po ako sa aking ibang itatanong.
Mr. Chairman,
Lopez.
another point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what is your point of order,
Well, Mr.
Congressman
Chairman, the
Remulla?
question was, I think Attorney Bautista was asking for an enabling law. And we have PD 1018, Presidential Decree 1018, dated September 22, 1976. The title of the law is Limiting the Ownership and Management of Mass Media to Citizens of the Philippines and for Other Purposes. And in that law, the constitutional provision, which we adopted in 87 was already stated in Section 2 thereof, which reads, "The ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens." But it does not declare in any manner, Mr. Chairman, that dual citizens are allowed to be owners of mass media, only citizens of the Philippines. That's my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Remulla.
May I reply to that, sir? Mr. Chair.
Yung pong floor ay na kay Congressman Marcoleta pa.
Salamat
You still
po.
have the floor, Congressman Marcoleta.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Tama po yung sinabi ni Congressman Boying Remulla. At karagdagan pa po, meron pa pong batas. Ito pong Republic Act 7042, otherwise known as Foreign Investment Act. Ito po inamend po ng Republic Act 8179 at saka Executive Order 184. Attorney Bautista, ito po yung mga batas kung hindi pa po ninyo nababasa. Tutuloy na po ako, Mr. Chair. Ang sabi po ni Mr. Lopez sa kanyang mga pahayag, "In my heart, I am Filipino." Tama po ba yun, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Madaling sabihin po kasi ito, Mr. Lopez. At kung hindi naman po dalawa ang puso ninyo, pwede ko bang itanong sa inyo, saan bahagi po ng dibdib ninyo ilalagay po si Uncle Sam? Mr.
Hindi
Lopez?
sa dibdib po.
Ano po?
Hindi po sa dibdib.
Saan po? Dalawa lang po ba? Isa lang ang puso ninyo. Kung hindi naman dalawa, ang tanong ko po, saan nyo ilalagay si Uncle Sam?
Ang puso ko Pilipino eh. So, siguro ibabato-bato ko lang yun po.
Mr. Lopez, siguro po sa mga pagtatanong na ito, maaari na po ninyo sigurong, bakit kaya ganito yung pagtatanong sa akin? Kasi po, 33 taon na pong umiiral ang ating saligang batas. Ito po yung napagtibay noong 1987. Nahihirapan po ba kayong hanapin sa inyong puso, Mr. Lopez, kung bakit mahigpit na itinakda ng ating saligang batas na dapat Pilipino lang ang magmay-ari at mamalakad sa mga mass media? Sasabihin ko po sa inyo, ang mass media po kasi kung tagurian yan ay fourth estate. Makapangyarihan po ang mass media, Mr. Lopez, kagaya po ng pagkakaalam din ng mga opisyalis ng ABS-CBN. Kulang na lamang po na ipantay sa 3 bahagi ng ating pamahalaan. Kahit hindi po siya parte ng ating political system, ito po ay nakakapag-frame, nakakapagbalangkas ng mga political issues. May impluensya po ito sa paglilinang ng kaisipan, ng kaugalian, ng kultura ng ating bansa. Kaya po ganun kahigpit ang kautusan na ito. Sapagkat kinakailangang masunod po natin yung huling linya naman ng panatang makabayan na maging Pilipino sa isip, sa salita, at sa gawa. Mr. Lopez, naalala ko po kasi nung tinatanong kayo ng mga kasama namin dito, halos paulit-ulit yung pong mga authors, did you renounce your American citizenship? Ang sagot po nyo, no. Nung pong tinatanong kayo, did you renounce your Filipino citizenship? Ang sinagot nyo, no. Doon po nasisiyahan po ako eh. Gusto ko po talaga na huwag nyong i-renounce ang inyong Philippine citizenship. Pero nung tahasan nyong itinatanggi na hindi nyo ni-renounce ang inyong Philippine citizenship, parang sumasama po ang loob ko eh. Sapagkat nakaharap kayo sa Kongresong Pilipino, nakaharap kayo sa bayanang Pilipino. Yung allegiance po kasi at the very least, Mr. Chair, I was finding from him if Mr. Lopez was able to instill in the ABS-CBN community the sense of Filipino values. Respectful, compassionate, considerate, humble. Ang nangyari po sa akin, Mr. Chair, itong nakakarang araw, meron po silang reporter na nakiusap sa akin makakuha ng clarification sa mga ibang issues. Hindi ko po nasagot kagad pero nakipagkasundo siya sa akin na kahit sa Zoom lamang, maklarify ko po yung mga isyong gusto niyang linawin. Dapat po yung araw ng kinabukasan magsusum kami alas 10:30 ng umaga. Nagkasundo na po kami. Ang kondisyon lamang po na hiningi ko, Mr. Chair, isama po yung ibang networks para mang walang silang masabi sapagkat nahingi din po sila ng clarification sa akin. O di hinihintay ko po yung araw ng kinabukasan, Mr. Chair. Alam po bang ginawa niya nung reporter na yon? Di binalita na po niya doon sa TV Patrol. Lahat po ng gusto niyang i-clarify, hindi po niya ako binigyan ng panahon. Yung pong mga text messages namin, Mr. Chair, kanina pong umaga, bago pa tayo magsimula, binigyan ko na po ng kopya si Mr. Carlo Katigbak. Para malaman po niya at nakita po naman niya talaga na meron kaming usapan. Ito po binanatan niya po ako sa social media, sa kanyang Twitter. Pinalabas po niya na ako raw po ay nagakda ng mga napakaraming mga prangkisa, pati po GMA7. Matagal na po ako sa Kongreso, Mr. Chair. Wala pa po akong ni isang iniakda na prangkisa sapagkat ang sektor ko po ay mga urban poor. Wala po silang kakayahan na mag-ari ng istasyon pang radyo o istasyon pang telebisyon. So paano po yun? Kaya po yung allegiance po, Mr. Chair, importante. Kailangan ma-instill natin sa ABS-CBN ang kaugaliang Pilipino. Yung ginawa po ng reporter na yun, na banatan po ako, sa kabila ng pagsang-ayon niya na kami magsusum sa araw ng bukas, hindi po ugaling Pilipino yon, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Chair.
Ito pong tinatanong natin.
Congressman Defensor.
Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, ano po yung dalawang isyong yun? Yung una, author daw po kayo ng franchise ng GMA7.
Marami pa po yun, 5 po yun.
Siguro ho, magkakataon nyo, sabihin nyo lahat, tatanong yung sinabi niya para malinawan din ng mga publiko na hindi nyo ginawa yung mga issue niyo. Maraming salamat po.
Yun nga po, wala naman pong totoo na ako'y ang gusto po niya kasing palabasin, Mr. Chair, ay bakit ikaw may akda ka pala ng GMA7, hindi mo ba alam na may PDRs yan? Hindi mo ba alam na more than 50 years na rin yan, etc., etc. Mr. Chair, hindi po ako ang may akda. At kung sakasakali man po, na maaring nailagay ang pangalan ko ay dahil sa practice din dito that somebody will move, kung minsan po sa committee at kung minsan naman po sa plenary, somebody will move that somebody will become members or co-authors of that particular bill. Hindi ko na po kontrolado yon. Pero ang sabi po ng reporter, pangunahing may akda.
Mr. Chairman, pwede natin malaman kung sino yung reporter na...
Yes, Congressman
Kasi
Remulla.
proceedings po natin ito
Sino po ang
Ang
maaari mo
pangalan
po bang
po
ibigay
niya
sa
ay
amin yung
Mike
pangalan?
Navalio. Nagkataon po na siya'y abogado pa rin. Ang reporter, abogado pa rin, Mike Navalio po ang pangalan.
Mike Navalio.
Nung umere na po siya, Mr. Chair, naghihintay pa rin ako nung araw ng kinabukasan, baka naman matuloy pa yung Zoom namin. Naniniwala naman ako, baka sakaling ako po ay makapagpaliwanag din. Tinext po niya ako, alas 9 ng umaga, ang sabi niya, Mr. Congressman, sorry po, pagkatapos ko pong makipag-usap sa aking mga boss, hindi po pala ako pinapayagang mag-conduct ng Zoom conference. Ito po ba'y balita, Mr. Chair? Ang balita po ay mga naganap na mga bagay-bagay sa isang araw, kinalap ng isang reporter, ibabalita niya walang labis, walang kulang. Ang reporter po ay walang karapatang gumawa ng sarili niyang balita.
Mr. Chairman, is this the reporter of ABS-CBN?
ABS-CBN, you can answer. Can you answer? If
ABS-CBN
Mr.
po.
Mike Caballo is one of your reporters.
Yes, Mr. Chair, he is one of our reporters.
Ang akala po niya kasi, Mr. Chair, nakakagawa siya ng mabuti sa ABS-CBN. Nagpalapad ng papel, nagpabango. Hindi po ako naniniwala na papayagan ni Mr. Lopez ito. Hindi rin po ako naniniwala na papayagan ni Mr. Carlo Katigbak ito. Pero napakarami po nilang mga tauhan na ganun. Maski po yung anchors nila, hindi ko na po babanggitin ang pangalan. Yung ugaling Pilipino po sana, pagbigyan ng kapwa, maging parehas, maging magalang, maging mababa ang loob.
Deputy
Mr.
Speaker
Chairman?
Marcoleta. Yes, Vice Chairman Remulla.
Since the discussion is already in the matter of the way that ABS-CBN has been conducting itself regarding reporting of the proceedings here, well, I'd like to make it on record that they try to minimize the fact that Mr. Lopez has already admitted that he's an American citizen. They only report that he is a Filipino. They never report, or they hardly report, that he is an American citizen. In that sense, Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Lopez was earlier offended when I said propaganda. But the ABS-CBN is on a war footing against the Congress itself now. In the sense that they are always very, very aggressive in giving the view that the ABS-CBN is entitled to a franchise. And they will say anything like as
Mr.
done
Chair.
by Mr. Navallo
Thank
against
you.
our Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Point of order.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Remulla. Yes, what is your point of order, Congressman Zarate?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have been, very accommodating in giving leeway to our colleagues here. But as pointed out by the Chair earlier, ang dami hong nakalista na mag-interpolate. No? And we don't have, I don't think we can already make conclusions here. We are here to, hear the issues. And kung ang nakasalang ngayon, ang alam ko, ay ang usapin ng citizenship ni Mr.
Mr. Chairman, di pa ako
Lopez.
tapos kanina eh.
Let me
Mr.
finish
Chairman.
for my point of order, Mr. Chair.
What's the
Kaya
point of
sana
order,
po
Mr. Chairman?
ay i-focus natin doon. No? Dahil may mga issues na
There's no
no
rule
longer
being
germane
violated,
to,
Mr. Chairman.
no longer germane to the issues, Mr. Chair.
There's no law being read,
Hearing
Mr. Chairman.
suspended.
Point of order. There's a law being violated. I don't.
Imbitahan natin yung reporter na yun pagdating sa usapin ng bayan. Meron pagkakaroon tayo ng usapin ng bayan. Pero ngayon, ako sila ibabalik ko na, pinalanin ko na sila.
Oo, patapos na ako.
Hearing resumed. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta for your final manifestation.
Salamat po. Mr. Lopez, you could have avoided this predicament, this dilemma, if only you have invested full fidelity to the command of the Constitution. Many leaders in all walks of life, industry leaders, all leaders would perfectly know when to cross the Rubicon. Napakalaking sakripisyo ba sa inyo, Mr. Lopez? Kung sa tamang pagkakataon ay nirenounce na ninyo ang inyong pagiging Amerikano, hindi na po sana tayo napunta sa ganitong pagdinig? Napakalaking sakripisyo bang gagawin nyo sa buhay kung sa tamang panahon ay nirenounce na ninyo ang pagiging Amerikano ninyo, Mr. Lopez?
Alam niyo po, can you hear me?
Opo.
Okay. Alam niyo po, it has never been an issue during my 68 years of living in this world that I was a dual citizen. In my mind, I've always been a Filipino. So it is only now that the technicality of being a dual citizen is being raised against ABS-CBN po. But really, Why should I even think about it when all my life I have considered myself a Filipino? I grew up in the Philippines. I went to school here. I pay my taxes here. I vote here. I've done everything in the Philippines. My being a U.S. citizen is strictly a consequence of my father's going to school in America. So why should an accident of nature be a defining issue about whether I'm a Filipino or not? Shouldn't it be based on my actions and what I have done?
Kaya po tayo humahaba, Mr. Lopez. Ang tanong ko po kasi is answerable by yes or no. Kung sinagot po nun yung no o kaya yes, tapos na sana ako. Tinatanong ko, napakalaking sakripisyo po ba sa inyo, Mr. Lopez, na talikuran ninyo ang inyong pagiging Amerikano? Ang sinasabi po nyo ay sa puso nyo, Pilipino kayo, you have invested so much in this country, you are a Filipino. You may cite this 1,000,000 times, Mr. Lopez. But that will not change the fact that you are still an American. That's the very issue. Kaya ang tanong lang po napakasimple, napakalaking sakripisyo ba na i-renounce ninyo ang inyong pagiging Amerikano?
Hindi
Yes
po.
or no?
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Gabby Lopez.
Ano po yung sagot? For the record.
Hindi daw po, hindi po.
O ganun po pala, Mr. Lopez. Bakit hindi nyo nagawa sa napakatagal na panahon? Salamat po, Mr. Chair, sa
Maraming
pagkakataon
salamat
binigyan
po.
nyo sa akin.
Maraming salamat po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. The chairman now recognize...
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chairman Bambol Tolentino.
Mr. Chair, just a friendly reminder. Paalala lang po dun sa mga kasamahan natin, lalong-lalo na po yung kulang-kulang 10 pa na nakapila on this discussion. Baka naman po naitanong na kanina o ganun din po yung itatanong. Paano po tayo mapapabilis dito kung paulit-ulit po yung mga itatanong natin o sasabihin po natin? Dahil marami pa po tayong pag-uusapan. Kailangan mapunta na po tayo sa PDR, taxes, labor, at kagaya po nung sinabi ni kapatid na DS Marcoleta kanina, tungkol na po yun sa pagkabayas ng ABS-CBN. So marami po tayong pag-uusapan. Baka naman po yung iba na paulit-ulit lang yung itatanong o itatanong pa, ay maaari pong wag na pong ituloy dahil kulang-kulang 10 pa po itong magtatanong. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat sa
Thank you,
paalala,
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman
Clarification, Mr.
Tolentino. Yes, Vice Chairman Remulla.
Yes, I just want to ask, there will be 10 people to ask questions after.
11 na po, 11 na.
11 nag-register. So, Mr. Chairman, the reminder of Congressman Tolentino is very important, that they have to listen to every question of every person asking so that they will not repeat the question.
Tama po, tama po. Bago ko po kilalanin si Congressman Alfred Garbin, let's listen to Chairman Alvarez.
Thank you, Co-Chair Jonathan Alvarado. Bago po natin punta si Congressman Garbin, and the Chair would like to recognize muna Congressman Eric Yap for his manifestation.
Mr. Chair, magandang hapon po. Marahil tama po kayo, paulit-ulit po yung citizenship. Simple lang po to para sa mga kasamahan ko sa Kongreso at sa mga nanonood sa atin. Si Mr. Lopez po ay dual citizen. Ang tanong lang po naman dito paano po yung conflict of interest pag ang Pilipinas at ang Amerika ay may inutos sa kanya? So, yun lang ang sa akin yung sakripisyo. Ako po, ginawa ko po to sa franchise, nag-file po ako ng inquiry. Ang sakripisyo ko po dito, hindi na po ako tatakbo sa AXIS Party List sa 2022. Yun po yung sakripisyo ko dito para mailabas ko po lahat ng tama, ng walang takot at gawin ko po to para sa Pilipinas. Ganon ko po kamahal ang Pilipinas. Ngayon, kay Mr. Lopez, yun lang po ang problema nyo. Dual citizen kayo. Kung mahal nyo ang Pilipinas, dapat palang renounce nyo na yung citizenship nyo. Matagal na po. Hindi nyo na po antayin sana itong pangyayaring to. So, inuulit ko lang po, 2022, hindi na po ako tatakbo sa Access Party List at ngayon pong natitirang oras ko, gugugulin ko po to para ilabas po lahat ang tama po ng walang takot, walang pressure sa mga media. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po.
Sa kalaman po ng lahat, kalalabas lang po sa ospital ni Congressman Eric Yap at sana po ay tumakbo siya ulit sa susunod na eleksyon. Mami-miss po namin si Congressman Eric Yap dito. I will leave Vice Chairman Mike Defensor as the presiding chairman.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Congressman Garbin, you are now recognized. Nakamute pa si Cong Garbin.
Okay na po ba?
Okay na. Please proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Chair, Chikoy, and of course, Chair Jonathan. At sa lahat po ng aming mga kasamahan, President John Sublenaryo, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako lamang ho ay magdidwell sa dual citizenship pa rin. Pero gusto ko rin ipaalam na dalawang klase ang dual citizen. Ano? Yung isa, yung natural born dual citizen, at yung isa naman, yung dual citizen under Republic Act 9225. But before I start my discussion, gusto ko lang po isabi na yung aking mga katanungan ay directed sa ating Department of Justice dahil gusto ko maliwanagan kung ano ang nakapalaman dito sa dual citizenship under Republic Act 9225 in connection sa natural born dual citizen. And let me state further na bago ako magtanong sa ating USEC ng DOJ, si USEC M, we have a basic principle in law, and that principle is that what is not prohibited is allowed. Okay? Ulitin ko, what is not prohibited is allowed. So, magtatanong na ho ako sa ating USEC ng Department of Justice, sana ho masagot niyo po ako. USEC M of Department of Justice, tama ho ba na doon sa Dual Citizenship Act or Republic Act 9225, yung isa hong dating natural born citizen ay pinapayagan na ma-reacquire yung kanyang Philippine citizenship under the Republic Act 9225.
Ngayong hapon, Congressman. Wala po si USEC M. Villar ngayon. Ako po nag-represent sa DOJ ngayon, si Assistant Secretary Nicholas T. Tama po kayo, Congressman, na yun na may dalawang klaseng dual citizenship tayo na tinatawag, no? Isa na doon yung dual citizen upon birth at isa yung dual citizen na ma-acquire via RA 9225. Yung RA 9225, ang covered po nito ay yung mga dual citizens not by birth. They are dual citizens by virtue of their naturalization in another country.
So, tama ho kayo. They were naturalized in another country and that's why they lost their Philippine citizenship. And therefore, nag-reacquire sila ng kanilang Filipino citizenship by virtue of Republic Act 9225. Tama po ba?
Tama po yung Congressman. That applies for those who were naturalized prior to the effectivity of RA 9225. Dumadaan po sila doon sa proseso ng reacquisition. As for those who were naturalized after the effectivity of RA 9225, the process is retention.
Okay. So, yung sa retention, yung sinasabi natin sa retention, and those who have reacquired their Philippine citizenship by virtue of Republic Act 9225, ano naman ho yung mga benefits na kanilang mai-enjoy once they have reacquired their Philippine citizenship under the Republic Act 9225?
Once they have acquired their citizenship, among the benefits is to be able to vote in the Philippines. And it would appear, Your Honor, that some the other benefits under the Constitution, such as ownership of land and other nationalized industries, they can get into that, Your Honor.
So, meaning, itong mga nakapag-reacquire ng Philippine citizenship, under the benefit of Republic Act 9225, they have the right to vote in the Philippine national election. They have the right to own land and property in the Philippines. And they have also the right to engage in the business or profession as a Filipino. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, it would appear from what we see right now from the Constitution that the provisions on the Constitution that limit certain industries, certain activities to Filipino nationals, they would apply to those citizens as well who reacquire their Filipino citizenship.
Despite of the fact, ASEC, na sila ay ni-renounce nila yung kanilang citizenship and nag-reacquire nila by virtue of Republic Act 9225. Tama po ba?
Yun po ang tingin namin, Congressman.
So, dito sa primer ng Republic Act 9225, which is the Dual Citizenship Act, it also says that they have the right to engage in business or profession as a Filipino. When you speak of business or profession, ano po yung mga business or profession na pwede nila pasukan? Tanong ko po, kung ikaw ay dating media practitioner at you were given the benefit under Republic Act 9225, pwede ka ba makapag-practice at media practitioner, and when you say the right to own and engage in business, can you still engage also in the mass media under the benefit of Republic Act 9225?
Your Honor, it appears from our study that the provisions of the Constitution, as well as laws that limit certain industries and certain activities to Filipinos, would apply to those individuals who reacquire their Filipino citizenship.
In fact, ASEC, would you agree with me that those who have reacquired Philippine citizenship does not require them, or it is not required upon them, to renounce his allegiance to any other country? That's why they are called dual citizen. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, under RA 9225, the oath that is required of individuals who will reacquire their Filipino citizenship, there is no language there. There is no language in that oath that would suggest renunciation of his other citizenship.
So, gustong sabihin, ASEC, kung ito ay ibinibigay ng mga pribileyo na to sa isang Pilipino na nawala yung kanyang Filipino citizenship by virtue of a naturalization in another country or renunciation of his allegiance to the Philippines and thereby reacquired it by virtue of Republic Act 225, how much more to a dual Filipino citizen from birth? Ano ang epekto nito sa dual citizen from birth? Ito ba ay mga benefits na to? Ito bang right to vote in the Philippine national election? Ito bang right to own land and property in the Philippines? And right to engage in business or profession as a Filipino? Ito ba ay available din sa isang natural-born Filipino citizen? Para ho maintindihan ko.
Your Honor, it would appear that there's no distinction. No distinction is made between Filipinos who were dual citizens upon birth, and Filipinos who are dual citizens by virtue of the application of
Point of order, Mr.
9225.
Chairman.
So, sa madaling sabi,
Honorable Garbin, 1 minute, point of order. Congressman Remulla.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Republic Act 9225 has a specific provision, which is Section 5, paragraph 4. If they're alluding to the paragraph, those intending to practice their profession in the Philippines shall apply with the proper authority for a license or permit to engage in such practice. That is the point I think that Attorney Garbin or Congressman Garbin is trying to make. But Mr. Chairman, this has to be construed together with the 1987 Constitution that ownership and management of mass media is limited to Filipino citizens.
Thank you for that point
It
of
can be
information.
construed in the same light, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that for the point of information, Honorable Remulla. Go ahead, Honorable Garbin.
Salamat to. Congressman Defensor at kay Senior Deputy Majority Leader Boying Rimulya, ako'y hindi nagdadagdag sa provisiones ng ating konstitusyon dahil ang aking pinagbabasihan ay yung plain language lamang ng ating saligang batas. At tama nga naman ho na hindi pwede tayo magdagdag sa mga requirements sa Constitution because we are not sitting as a Constituent Assembly nor we are members of the Constitutional Convention that can interpret or say what's the intent of the framers of the Constitution. So what we're basing is just the plain language of the Philippine Constitution. Kaya nga naghihingi ako ng guidance sa ating Department of Justice para maliwanagan po ako. Kasi kung yung mga nawala yung kanilang mga citizenship by virtue of a naturalization in other countries and applied for the acquisition of their citizenship under the benefits of Republic Act 9225 and thereby give them the right to vote, Philippine national elections, right to own land and property in the Philippines, and right to engage in business or profession as a Filipino, akin napagtanto, bakit ito ipapagkaito sa isang natural-born dual citizen na hindi naman nawala o renounce ang kanyang pagka-Pilipino. So those are the things na gusto ko masagot ng Department of Justice para mag-guide tayo lahat dito. Dahil ang pagdating sa mga legal opinion and even constitutional issues, tinatanong palagi natin ang ating Department of Justice. So, ASIC T, pakisagot ho. Ito bang mga benefits na to is also accorded to a dual citizen from birth?
Your Honor, it would appear that the benefits that are accorded to dual citizens by virtue of RA 9225 are likewise accorded to dual citizens by birth.
Salamat ho, ASIC T. Salamat ho, Chairman or Vice Chair Mike Defensor. Salamat ho sa Committee on Franchise.
Mr. Chairman, may
Thank
I
you.
ask a follow-up
Honorable
question to
Gavin.
the Department of Justice? Since we're here already, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Congressman Renewal. One quick question because the next would be the Honorable Minority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And
Go ahead.
it's just that when in making the opinion, I think that the DOJ should bear in mind that the Constitution is very clear as to the provisions on 100% ownership, wholly owned of mass media, wholly owned by Filipinos or corporations which are 100% Filipino. That is to be construed with 9225, Mr. Chairman. That's a reminder, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Honorable, thank you, Honorable Rimulya. Now we recognize the Honorable Minority Floor Leader, Honorable Benny Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Mr. Chair, ang pinag-uusapan lang po dito, citizenship, because I have 3 sets of questions, yung iba'y sa iba ng pagkakataon. Okay. Unang-una po, ako ay, ito po lang si Gabi Lopez, parang kasing edad ko lang. Pero yung kanyang mukha, talagang parang batang-bata. Nakakaingit. Ano po?
Pareho lang kayo, Honorable Minority Floor Leader.
Anyway, unang-una po, Mr. Gabi Lopez, hindi po ako abogado. Ano po? So, perhaps meron mga ilang legal na paglilinaw lamang dito. Ano po? Ako po kasi bishop, at sa seminaryo, ang napag-aralan po namin Jewish law, not Philippine law. Kaya't yun po yung memorize ko, yung Jewish law. Anyway, ito lang po ang mula sa isang layman, sapagkat kahit hindi po ako abogado, ay bilang congressman, ako'y binigyan ng mandato na magtanong din. Unang tanong, Mr. Gabi, kapag ang tatay o nanay mo ay Pilipino, ikaw ay Pilipino, simpleng panuntunan ng ating saligang batas, ito, Mr. Gabi Lopez, ang tatay at nanay mo ba ay mga Pilipino? Gusto rin linawin uli yan.
Mr. Lopez is recognized.
Opo. My parents are Filipino.
Pangalawang tanong, At nagkataon lamang na pinanganak ka sa Amerika, kaya ka binigyan ng American citizenship. Tama po ba ito?
Opo, Your Honor.
Gusto ko naman tanungin si Attorney Bautista kung nandyan siya. Attorney Bautista, bilang abogado po ni Mr. Gabby Lopez at aming resource person namin dito, kahit ba ikaw ay nasa ibang bansa o planeta, kapag ang tatay o nanay mo ay Pilipino, ikaw ba ay Pilipino?
Opo, Pilipino kayo.
Okay. At pang-apat na tanong, madali lang to, Attorney Bautista, saan po nababatay ito? Ito ba'y nababatay sa saligang batas?
Ang nakalagay po kasi, meron tayong Commonwealth Act na nakasaad doon kung paano mo mawawala yung iyong citizenship. Isa po yung by naturalization, hindi naman po na-naturalize si Mr. Gabby Lopez. At under 9225, kahit na-naturalize kayo, pwede na yung bawiin.
Dito po sa saligang batas ng 1987, sa
Wala
article,
po eh.
sa Article 4, nakalagay po sa Section 5, dual allegiance of citizens is inimical to the national interest and shall be dealt with by law.
Opo.
Pakipaliwanag nga po sa akin ang inyong pag-unawa sa section na ito.
Yung pong dual allegiance, iba po yan sa dual citizenship, gaya po ng sinabi namin. At kailangan po ng enabling law, sinabi po ng saligang batas, para maliwanag kung ano po yung sitwasyon na mag-a-apply ang dual allegiance na prohibition. At doon po sa citizenship, ang mag-a-apply doon sa ownership and management of mass media. Wala pong nakalagay doon na allegiance. Ang nakalagay lang doon po kailangan Pilipino kayo.
Therefore, sa inyong pananaw, may pagkakaiba ang dual allegiance at dual citizenship.
Maliwanag po na iba po yung dalawa.
Therefore, Attorney Bautista, kung dual allegiance, kung allegiance po ang ginawa ni Mr. Gabby Lopez, hindi po siya Pilipino.
Pilipino po siya. Kasi po, kailangan po ng enabling law. Yung pong sinabi sa saligang batas na dual allegiance is inimical, policy lang po yun. Pero
Okay.
kailangan po ng enabling law na ipapasa ang Kongreso para paliwanag yung policy na yun. Wala pong enabling law specifically addressing ownership and management in mass media.
Pero mayroong pagkakaiba ang dual allegiance and dual citizenship.
Opo.
Okay. Now, Attorney Bautista, no? Ibig sabihin nito, si Mr. Gabby Lopez po ay Pilipino. Pero
Opo.
merong American citizenship.
Opo.
Tulad din ba ito ng kaso ni Edo Manzano at ang namayapa ng si FPJ? Attorney
Opo.
Bautista.
Opo.
Katulad po ito.
Ang intindi ko po, si Eddie Manzano, gaya ni Mr. Gabby Lopez, ay natural-born Filipino at natural-born American. Tumakbo siya ng vice mayor sa Makati. Nakalagay po kasi sa local government code na bago kayo makatakbo, kailangan i-renounce ninyo yung inyong foreign citizenship. Wala pong ganyan for mass media.
Okay.
Kaya po, he had to renounce his American citizenship or allegiance. Dahil po, may specific enabling law, yung pong local government code.
Follow up
And
ko lang po,
also,
Attorney Bautista.
nakalagay din po sa charter ng Makati yun.
Maiihalin tulad ba natin ito sa kaso ni Senadora Grace po na di kilala kung sino ang magulang at mayroong
Opo.
American citizenship?
Yes.
Therefore, wala pong pagkakaiba ang prohibition ng pagtakbo sa politiko at pagmamay-ari ng prangkisa.
At totoo po, may pagkakaiba. Kasi po, meron local government code na
Yes.
nagre-require that for local positions, kailangan po i-renounce ninyo.
Pero po mayroon po kayong sasabihin, pero hindi po sa local government code ang batayan ng pagtakbo ni Senadora.
Ano po yun? Wala pong provision na nagre-refer sa national positions.
Okay, all right. So wala pong prohibition.
Wala po.
Okay. Mr. Gabi Lopez, I just would like to ask these remaining questions. Was there a time in the past that you were questioned on your citizenship?
My U.S. citizenship, Your Honor,
Yes.
or my Filipino citizenship.
Whether it be Filipino or American?
Wala akong naalala po.
Wala po.
Wala po.
Was there someone that filed a case in court questioning your citizenship with regards to your ownership of ABS-CBN?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala po. So therefore, tanggap po ito ng mamamayan sa Pilipinas. Tanggap po na kayo Pilipino.
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. Last question, Mr. Chair. Binabanggit po kanina na sana ni-renounce nyo na yung American citizenship para wala nang problema. So my question is there any problem or are you willing to surrender your U.S. passport and renounce your U.S. citizenship? Mr.
Opo,
Gabi,
Your Honor.
are you willing po?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Chair, those are the only questions I'd like to ask.
Thank you, Honorable Minority Floor Leader. We now recognize the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Congressman Zarate.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Sa katunayan po, yung ibang mga katanungan ko ay na tanong na rin ng ating ng ating minority leader at nasagot na rin. Gusto ko na lamang magtanong kung andito pa ang ating mga kinatawan ng Securities and Exchange Commission, Mr. Chair. Are they still in Zoom?
May we know from the COMSEC if we have the Securities and Exchange Commission? Yes, Your Honor. Commissioner Amatong is here via Zoom. Honorable Lazarate, may proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. So, tungkol pa rin ito doon sa kaugnay sa katanungan ng citizenship. No? So, gusto kong linawin muli, or lilinawin natin, nagsalita kanina yung Department of Justice. Gusto kong linawin sa Securities and Exchange Commission dahil kayo rin ay may mandato na ipairal ang ating batas at tingnan kung ang ating mga batas ba ay sinusunod ng mga korporasyon. Kanina nabanggit yung explicit, specific provisions of our Constitution, Section 11 of Article 6, that requires na ang mass media ay kailangan pagmamay-ari ito ng Filipino citizens. Okay. So ang tanong ko po sa Securities and Exchange Commission, dahil nabanggit kanina, wala namang enabling law that specifically distinguishes or requires that a dual citizen cannot own a mass media. Ang tanong ko po kay Commissioner Amatong, how is the Securities and Exchange Commission interpreting this provision of our Constitution, considering that you are the regulatory agency as far as corporations are concerned, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Amatong, you may reply.
Good afternoon po, Congressman and Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the joint committees on legislative franchises and good governance. With respect to the SEC, Your Honor, first let me clarify, Your Honor, I think it was already clarified a while ago by Congressman Renewal. There is an implementing law when it comes to the requirement under the Constitution that mass media be owned by Filipino citizens, wholly owned by Filipino citizens. It is, I forgot the exact number of the presidential decree, but I think Congressman Remulla read it out already. So there is an existing enabling law with respect to the requirement that mass media be owned by...
Mr. Chairman, that's PD 1018.
Opo, opo. But to answer your question po, our interpretation of the dual citizenship law has been similar to that of the Department of Justice. So the interpretation po of RA 9225 is that a dual citizen is 100% Filipino. Yan po yung current interpretation namin. So that we don't look anymore at this point, Your Honor, at the foreign citizenship of the shareholder, officer, or director. That question, Your Honor, has already come up in an opinion request in connection with Filipino Americans who are operating a business that had to do with ownership of land, not directly with mass media, but with other businesses that are reserved for Filipinos, like ownership of land. So ngayon po, a dual citizen, dun sa pag-analyze po namin, is essentially a Filipino, and we don't look anymore at his foreign citizenship as with respect to his eligibility to perform acts or engage in businesses reserved for Filipinos.
Mr. Chairman, is this the opinion of the
Thank
host
you.
SEC?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the opinion of the SEC?
Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I still have my time, and
It's a clarification, Mr.
specifically,
Chairman. It's a clarification.
Yeah, I asked the opinion of the
Yes.
SEC, so that's the opinion of the SEC.
That was the query of the Honorable Zarate on the SEC. If I may remind the members of the committee, it's very hard to preside when some of us are in Zoom and some of us are here. Kindly just be recognized first so I can clarify the points and be it recorded properly. Honorable Zarate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Commissioner Amatong. Tama po kayo. So, sinasabi ng SEC that they are following the guidelines or opinion of the Department of Justice. Nabanggit niyo po kanina, tama po, meron namang isang enabling law talaga, Presidential Decree 1018, Series of 1976. And wala ho itong pagkakaiba doon sa Section 11 ng ating kasalukuyang saligang batas na nagsasabi nga na the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens, Section 2 of such presidential decree. So nabanggit niyo po ngayon, dahil naging in the advent of that law that we passed in Congress, yung pagbibigay ng dual citizenship, ay sa ibang usapin katulad ng pagmamay-ari ng lupa na reserved for Filipinos, ay sinasabi po ninyo ay kahalintulad din ito ng pagmamay-ari ng mass media na ngayon, sa inyong opinion, ay pinapayagan na rin sa mga dual citizens. Tama po ba yung pagkatukuha ko na sa sinabi ninyo, Commissioner Amatong?
Your Honor, may I clarify? The question now, Your Honor, as to the correct rules to apply when it comes to a mass media corporation are currently before the Supreme Court. Yun po mismo yung katanungan that was raised to the Supreme Court by the Office of the Solicitor General, how to properly interpret the mass media provision in the Constitution. What I'm saying, Your Honor, is that there is an existing opinion issued by the Office of the General Counsel of the SEC in 2010 that had to do with stockholders and officers of a corporation that was engaged in real estate. In that opinion, naging opinion po ng SEC is that with respect to these shareholders under the dual citizenship law, they had all of the qualifications to be stockholders and officers of that real estate company engaged in real estate business, which is reserved for Filipinos. But specifically, the question with respect to ownership of mass media, yan po ang very essence of one of the issues raised in the case before the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Commissioner Amatong. I agree, no, na ito nga yung isa sa mga issue na nakabinbin ngayon sa ating Korte Suprema na dinala ng Solicitor General. Kaya po, siguro ay kumamarapatin ng dalawang komite na ito, ngayong hapon ay tapusin na ang pag-uusap sa usaping ito. Dahil kung mayroon ho kaming 300 dito, ay posibleng 300 din na opinion ang ating pwedeng sabihin kung ang dual citizen nga ba ay pinapayagan, no? In our interpretation of what Section 11, Article 6 means, no? So magkakaiba po talaga ang ating mga opinion dyan. Kung abogado ka man o hindi, may sarili kang opinion, no? Pero gaya ng nabanggit po ni Commissioner Amatong, as we speak now, ay wala pong tahasang isang desisyon or batas, nabanggit na rin ito kanina, enabling law, na nagsasabi na nag-iinterpreta nitong issue of our citizenship dito sa Section 11, Article 6. Kaya iiwanan ko na po yan, no, doon sa usapin na yan. Dahil nasagot na rin ng napakailang beses ang usapin na yan. Now, ako po ay pupunta na kay Mr. Lopez, no? Mr. Gabby Lopez. Ang tanong ko po kay Mr. Lopez, noon pong nagpa-recognize kayo dahil sinabi ninyo na kayo ay walang birth certificate dahil kayo nga ay pinanganak sa Estados Unidos, and sometime later, pumunta kayo sa Bureau of Immigration at nag-submit kayo ng petisyon para i-recognize ang inyong pagka-natural-born Filipino. Meron po bang requirement doon na sinabi niyo po ba na kayo ay isang American citizen din? At kasunod na tanong, meron po bang requirement doon na kailangang i-renounce ninyo ang inyong American citizen? Mr. Gabby, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gabby Lopez, Mr. Chair.
Sir Lopez.
Magandang hapon po, Kong Sarate. As far as I remember, I was not asked if I was a U.S. citizen, and I was not asked to renounce my U.S. citizenship po.
So, wala pong requirement na ganon?
Wala po, Your Honor.
At dahil kayo po ay nabigyan din ng Certificate of Recognition na yon ng Bureau of Immigration, tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
At dahil sa kaayusan naman ng ating batas, habang walang kumikwestiyon doon, ay may presumption na regular ang ginawa ng Bureau of Immigration sa pagbigay sa inyo ng Certificate of Recognition. Mr. Lopez, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Tinanong ko po yan dahil nabanggit na rin ng Department of Justice na sa katunayan, ang opinion ng Department of Justice, kahit na kayo ay walang pasaporte ng isang Pilipino, ay hindi ibig sabihin na kayo ay hindi na Pilipino. No? At kahit ang inyong dala ay pasaporte ng Amerika, dahil kayo nga ay pinanganak sa Amerika, hindi rin po ibig sabihin na hindi na kayo natural-born Filipino. Tama po ba ang pagkakuha ako na gano'n, Mr. Lopez?
Opo, Your Honor.
Salamat po. So, ayoko na magpalawig dyan, Mr. Chair, no? Gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, na I think malinaw na ngayon, ang usapin na yan, na by circumstances of birth, no? Ay talagang, while it is a legal fiction, gaya ng nabanggit ng ating mga kasamahan, that fiction is being recognized under our jurisdiction. That a person can have two citizenship, no? By circumstances of birth. Dahil magkaiba nga ang batas ng bawat jurisdiction. Sa Amerika ay sinusunod nila ang jus soli, o kung saan kayo pinanganak, doon ka automatic na ikaw ay kanilang citizen, at dito naman sa atin ay by blood or jus sanguinis. No? Kaya that circumstances, the dual citizenship by circumstances of birth, ay hindi bawal sa ating jurisdiction sa ating batas. Katunayan, nagpasa pa tayo ng isang batas para kahit na yung mga dayuhan ay pwedeng maging Filipino citizen din, no? At magkaroon siya ng dual citizenship. So, I will leave it at that, Mr. Chair. No? Hindi, uulitin ko, gaya ng nabanggit ni Minority Leader Abante, ang bawal po sa ating jurisdiction ay dual allegiance. Pero hindi pinagbabawal ang dual citizenship. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Sarate. There are members in the Zoom. I will not recognize them anymore one by one because it will take up more time. I'll now proceed to recognize the Honorable Congressman Salo. Honorable Salo is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon. Go ahead, Congressman.
Ang una ko pong tatanungin si ASEC T na Assistant Secretary ng Department of Justice at Professor din po sa University College Sugno. Kasamahan ko po dati si Professor T nung nagtuturo po ako sa UP bilang Private International Law. Si ASEC T ng Department of Justice.
Please proceed, Honorable Salo. Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Pwede ko pang tanungin muna si Assistant Secretary T
Go ahead, Honorable Salo.
ng Department of Justice. ASEC T.
Nandito po ako, Kong Salo. Ganang hapon sa iyo.
Maraming salamat din sa iyo, Professor T. Dito sa binabanggit ng Konstitusyon sa Article 16, Section 11, Paragraph 1, sabi niya dito, malinaw, the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines, or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizens. Dahil nasa Konstitusyon, I suppose, tama bang sabihin na yung pag-engage sa mass media is a matter of public interest? So, this is engagement in this particular area is impressed with public interest. Tama ba yun?
Tama po yung Congressman Salo.
Then, kapag binasa natin itong section na ito, the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines. And, klaro, citizens lang, then cooperatives or associations fully owned and managed by such citizens. Paano ba natin to titingnan kung sa isang stricto bang pananaw o mas liberal? For example, sa cooperatives or associations, kung may isa na membro po doon na foreigner, would that be considered, kung sa liberal interpretation, sasabihin natin siguro kung 0.001 lang naman yung participation ng foreigner na yon, pwedeng sabihin natin siguro na pwede na kapag liberal. Pag stricto, pwede natin sabihin hindi po pwede, dapat lahat-lahat sila. Tama ba yon?
Mukhang kung sa cooperative or sa corporation, mukhang stricto tayo dun sa extent, ano? Kasi nakalagay mismo sa Constitution na para sa mass media companies ay 100% Filipino-owned to. So kahit kung may isa diyang hindi Pilipino, hindi na to pwede. Hindi na pwede maging mass media entity ang cooperative or corporation.
Pero pagdating sa citizenship, paano ba natin ito tinitingnan? Kung sakaling may issue, may concern dun sa citizenship ng isang tao, how are we going to construe that?
Ang basa namin doon ay importante lang naman na Pilipino. Basta Pilipino ang individual or Pilipino ang lahat ng nagko-compose ng corporation or ng cooperative, pwede na to.
So, lumalabas the way you looked at it, iba yung analysis pagdating dun sa cooperative association, pagdating dun sa citizenship ng natural person.
Yung natural person naman po kasi hindi naman divisible hindi naman divisible ito eh. Kung isang individual lang ang nagmamay-ari ng mass media entity, siya na yun. Hindi tulad ng corporation o ng cooperative or ng other organization na pwede itong hati-hatiin sa mga iba-ibang nagmamay-ari nito.
Tama. So basically, may concept ng indivisibility pagdating doon sa citizenship.
Tama po yun.
Naintindihan ko yung dual citizenship status ni Chairman Gabi Lopez, His case of dual citizenship is a result of simultaneous and concurrent application of two system of laws, which automatically confer him two citizenships without having to perform any act. Malinaw po yun. Since the Philippines follows the jus sanguinis rule, he's automatically conferred the Filipino citizenship because his parents are Filipinos. At the same time, he's automatically an American because he was born in the US, which follows jus soli rule. The opposite, however, would result in statelessness. Tama ba? Kung halimbawa, an example is when a child born in the Philippines has both American parents. Kapag dahil they follow jus soli, ipinanak sa Pilipinas, ang result po nun is actually statelessness. So lumalabas, tama ba to? Kasi ito rin yung tinuturo ko sa mga estudyante ko before, that there are actually 4 categories of people from the point of view of citizenship. Yung natural. Una, papakita ko po, there are actually 4 categories of people from the point of view of citizenship. Ang una po, pakita po, first is citizens. Klaro po yon. Kapag citizen ka ng bansa mo, you are a citizen ng state na yon. Pangalawa, is an alien. Alien is you're not a citizen, but you're a citizen of another country or state. Third na punto is dual or even multiple citizenship. Citizen of 2 or more countries. Pumapasok yung multiple citizenship. For example, si Chairman Gabby Lopez, dual citizen na siya, pero for example, pumunta siya sa ibang bansa. For example, sa France, na nag-accord actually domiciliary basis of your citizenship would be domicile, for example, then he would acquire 3 citizenships. American, Filipino, and pwede rin magkaroon din po siya ng French citizenship. And the fourth actually is stateless. Stateless, not a citizen of any other country. Sa liberal na interpretasyon or strict interpretation, from the point of view of Department of Justice, how are we going to interpret yung citizenship? Should it be interpreted strictly, this particular provision of the Constitution, as much as it's so important, that's the reason why it's even placed in the Constitution itself? Or should we interpret it liberally? Papansin po natin, if we're going to interpret it liberally, papasok yung word citizen, which includes dual citizens or even multiple citizenships. But from a strict point of view, citizen would only refer to citizen as such. Hindi ka dual, hindi ka multiple. So, ang tanong, it is a legal issue, in as much as it is impressed with public interest, that's the reason why it fully requires 100%. And it requires, it went even to the Constitution, hindi lang po siya 50%, 60%, or hindi completely 100%. How are we supposed to interpret it, Professor T?
Your Honor, for now, our interpretation, not just of the mass media provision of the Constitution, but also other provisions that nationalize certain activities to Filipinos, such as the ownership of land, such as operations of public utility. Our view is consistent with the view of the SEC, which is stated earlier, in the sense that we don't make a distinction between dual citizens and purely Filipino citizens.
So maraming salamat po, Professor T, sa iyong interpretation. So you want to follow what we call a liberal interpretation. Gusto nating lawakan, palawigin, but of course, I understand that this matter is also pending with the Supreme Court, and I suppose they'll be able to come up with a better discussion how they're going to interpret this particular provision of the Constitution, as much as it's the Constitution itself that mandates. Pumasok po doon. Hindi lang po siya 60% even. So, should it be interpreted strictly or liberally?
Thank you so much,
Maraming
Honorable Salo.
salamat. Second question ko po, pupunta
your
po
time
ako
is
kay,
up, Honorable Salo.
Chairman, yes.
Last question.
Pupunta po ako kay Chairman Gabby Lopez.
Yes, last question, Honorable Salo. Thank you.
Kaklarify ko lang po ito. Mr. Chairman, do you agree with me dun sa statement ko if I say that we love and are loyal to the country where citizenship?
Magandang hapon po, Kong Salo.
Magandang hapon po, Chairman. Would you agree with me with this statement we love the country or loyal to the country of our citizenship?
Well, in my case, Your Honor, I have a dual citizenship. So what I can say is that I love the Philippines.
So yung tanong ko po doon sa
Thank
mahal
you.
natin yung country of citizenship natin.
Dalawa
Yellow
po,
statement.
dalawa po. So, ang sinasabi ko, mahal ko yung Pilipinas.
Okay. So mahal nyo yung Pilipinas. How about
Honorable
pagdating sa
Salo,
Amerika, would you also say mahal nyo ang Amerika?
I apologize to the Honorable Salo. Your time is up.
Can I please, tapusin ko lang po ito, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. We have about 7 more to be interpreting. Go ahead, Honorable Salo.
Tapusin ko
Last
lang po
question.
ito.
Hindi po, mahal ko yung Pilipinas, Your Honor.
Are we going to say na hindi nyo mahal ang Amerika? Zero?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Mahal ko yung Pilipinas.
So, if you're going to provide a percentage between your two citizenships, Philippines and America, what percentage are you going to give to your love for the Philippines and love for America, for the US?
100% Filipino po.
So 100%, zero pagdating po sa US. Tama po ba yon?
Opo, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Salo. Thank you for that. Honorable Salo, just one question before you leave. So ang sinasabi mo, on your interpretation, a dual citizen is different from a citizen on a strict definition of citizenship.
Precisely, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Ang
you.
sinasabi ko po dito, at ito yung tinuturo ko rin sa mga estudyante ko noon, basically, strict interpretation of this particular provision of the Constitution, yung citizen lang.
Thank
Kasi
you.
there are 4 categories actually. Hindi siya pumapasok dun sa dual or dun sa multiple citizenship. Kasi
Thank you.
pwede rin siyang maging stateless later on. But
Thank you.
yung
Thank you, Honorable
Constitution,
Salo.
when it talks about citizens, it actually talks about 100%, no questions, no ifs and buts.
Thank you, Honorable Salo. And I think that was also supported by the DOJ. We now proceed to the Honorable Barsaga. The Honorable Barsaga is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Chairman. Nais ko muling tanungin si Mr. Gabriel Lopez. Good afternoon, Mr. Lopez.
Magandang hapon po, Pangulong Barsaga.
Pasensya na kayo. Muli po ako magtatanong para malinawan ang issue na napapaloob sa pinag-uusapan ng Kongreso ngayon. Sa pagsisimula ng aking tanong, nais ko lang linawin ang punto na binigay ni Congresswoman Bautista. Sa kanyang katanungan, sinabi nyo na mayroon kayong ari-arian sa Amerika, yung TFC, the Filipino Channel. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Bukod sa the Filipino Channel, in your personal capacity, meron ba rin kayong ari-arian sa Amerika, real, personal properties, or even shares of stock?
Opo, Your Honor.
At sinabi niyo rin kanina, yung TFC, nagbabayad kayo ng taxes sa Amerika. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Yung bang mga properties nyo, bukod sa TFC, na pag-aari nyong sarili, meron ba tong income sa bansang Amerika?
Opo, Your Honor.
At siguro, nagbabayad rin kayo ng mga taxes sa Amerika.
Opo, Your Honor.
Well, sapagkat kayo ay isang Pilipino, sa ating National Internal Revenue Code, dapat bayaran nyo hindi lamang ang inyong kinikita sa bansang Pilipinas, kundi ang inyong kinikita sa bansang Amerika. Tama po ba to?
Your Honor, my understanding of the tax laws of the Philippines is that you're only taxed on the compensation that you generate in the Philippines. America po is the only country that taxes you regardless of where you earn the money. In the Philippines, my understanding of the tax laws, you're only taxed for the revenues you earn in the Philippines.
Well, hindi ko na po hahabaan ang puntong to. Ang pagkakaalam ko lamang bilang isang certified public accountant na nakalagay sa provision ng National Internal Revenue Code na ang Pilipino will be taxed. Magbabayad siya ng buwis sa lahat ng kanyang income sa Pilipinas and even outside of the Philippines. And perhaps your lawyer can make a position paper regarding this legal aspect. At pangalawa, base sa inyong sagot, sa mga taxes na binabayad nyo sa Amerika, hindi kasama ang inyong kinikita sa bansang Pilipinas. Tama po ba?
Kasama po, Your Honor.
Ulitin ko po. Sa Amerika, nagbabayad kayo ng buwis. Sa pagbabayad nyo ba ng buwis sa Amerika, ibinabayad nyo rin ang binabayad nyo ba rin ng buwis sa Amerika yung kinikita nyo sa bansang Pilipinas? Income earned within America and outside of America.
Yes, Your Honor. The U.S. tax laws will tax you for your worldwide income.
For?
Your worldwide income po.
Worldwide income.
Correct. Regardless of where you earn the money.
Pero sa Pilipinas naman, ang binabayaran nyo lamang ay yung income na inyong kinikita sa bansang Pilipinas, hindi kasama ang taxes hindi nyo binabayaran ang taxes para sa inyong income na inyong kinikita sa labas ng Pilipinas.
Opo, Your Honor.
Well, I think in both cases, you have to pay. And perhaps that would be the job of Attorney Ayo Bautista. Sinabi nyo rin kanina na kayo ay bumoto sa halalan sa Amerika noong 2016.
Opo,
At
Your
yung pong halalan sa Amerika noong 2016 ay presidential elections. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
And under the laws of America, ang halalan nila ay ikalawang Lunes ng Nobyembre. Tama po ba kung inyong natatandaan or you cannot remember?
I believe it is in November. You're right.
Okay. At noong 2016, bagamat mayroong halalan sa pagkapangulo sa Amerika, mayroon ding halalan sa pagkapangulo sa bansang Pilipinas. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Bumoto ba kayo sa halalan sa pagkapangulo ng Pilipinas noong 2016?
Yes, Your Honor.
At sinabi niyo rin na bumoto kayo noong 2019 dito sa bansang Pilipinas.
Yes, Your Honor.
At bukod noong 2016, ano pa yung mga previous elections na kayo ay bumoto dito sa bansang Pilipinas?
As far as I can recall, since I came back in 1986, I have voted in all the elections.
From 1986 up to the present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat for that information. And just for the record, isang beses kayong bumoto sa Amerika noong 2016.
Opo, Your Honor.
Binanggit nyo rin kanina na kayo ay mayroong 2 passport hanggang sa kasalukuyan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang isang passport ay ang Philippine passport at ang pangalawang passport ay USA passport. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At pag bumibiyahe kayo sa Amerika, ang inyong ginagamit ay USA passport.
Yes, Your Honor.
At pag bumibiyahe naman kayo sa Europa, ang sabi nyo, ginagamit nyo ang US passport sapagkat hindi na kailangan ang visa sa Europa kung ang passport na inyong gagamitin ay US passport. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At sinabi nyo rin na yung inyong Philippine passport ginagamit nyo sa inyong pamamasyal o pagpunta sa mga ASEAN nations sapagkat hindi nire-require ng ASEAN nations ang visa kung Philippine passport ang inyong ginagamit.
Opo, Your Honor.
At sa pagtatanong ni Congressman Remulla, nang kayo ay bumiyahe sa Amerika, bumiyahe kayo sa Japan, ang ginamit yung passport ay US passport. Sapagkat ang Japanese government hindi nagre-require ng visa kung ang passport na inyong ginagamit ay US passport. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Kayo po ba ay nakapunta na sa bansang China?
Yes, Your Honor. Matagal na po.
Matagal na. At noong nagpunta kayo sa bansang China, anong passport ang inyong ginamit? Philippine passport or US passport?
Hindi ko po maalala, Your Honor. I would have to look through my records.
Well, sabi nyo kanina, you are using US passport because it is more convenient. And you are using Philippine passport in countries where it would be more convenient in using Philippine passport katulad ng mga ASEAN nations. Sa inyong pagtingin, kung kayo ay bumiyahe sa China, what passport would be convenient? The US passport or the Philippine passport?
Hindi ko na maalala, Your Honor. That was over 30
Hindi nyo na
years
maala.
ago.
Maraming salamat.
Excuse me po, Congressman PD Barsaga. 3 congressman po ang nagbigay ng kanilang oras para sa inyo. Iyan po ay mga oras ni Congressman Bambol Tolentino, Congressman Eric Yap, Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez. You have additional 15 minutes po. Maraming salamat po.
Sa mga kinatawan na nagbigay ng kanilang oras para sa akin. Noong huling pagtatanong ko, binanggit nyo sa edad na 1 taong gulang, kayo ay bumalik sa Pilipinas at inyo ring sinabi na marami sa inyong taon ay ginugol nyo sa bansang Pilipinas. Dito kayo nag-aral sa bansang Pilipinas. Dito ba rin kayo nag-aral ng inyong elementarya at high school sa bansang Pilipinas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano pong paaralan?
Ateneo po, Your Honor.
Ateneo de Manila. Elementary at ang high school ay Ateneo de Manila rin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Noong huli nating pagpupulong, hiningi ng ating committee ang records nyo ng pagbibiyahe sa labas ng Pilipinas. At base sa data na binigay sa amin ng Bureau of Immigration, and I think the Bureau of Immigration is watching our proceedings, ang kanilang record na binigay ay mula noong 1993 hanggang 2020. Isa-isa ko pong tiningnan ang record na binigay ng National Housing at na binigay ng Bureau of Immigration, lumabas po rito 316 times, 316 na beses na kayo ay bumiyahe sa bansang Pilipinas mula noong 1993 hanggang 2020. Mula noong 1993 hanggang 2001, ang inyong ginamit ay US passport. At alam naman po namin ang dahilan kung bakit US passport ang inyong ginamit sapagkat noong panahon na yon ay wala pa kayong Philippine passport. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pangalawa, mula noong 1993 hanggang 2001, 125 beses kayong lumabas ng Pilipinas na ang inyong gamit ay US passport base sa records na binigay sa amin ng Bureau of Immigration.
Yes, well, Your Honor, I have no way of knowing. But
Okay.
you're right, Your Honor.
At mula naman noong 2002 hanggang 2020, 313 beses kayo lumabas ng bansang Pilipinas. Sa 313 beses niyong paglabas ng Pilipinas, ginamit niyo ang Philippine passport only 122 times. Samantalang yung balancing 191 sa inyong pagbiyahe, ang inyong ginamit ay US passport. Sinabi nyo, halos matanda lang ako sa inyo ng 2 taong gulang. Sa ating elementarya at sa ating high school, siguro natatandaan nyo na araw-araw tayo ay kumakanta ng lupang hinirang at nanunumpa tayo sa ating watawat. Yun tinatawag natin panatang makabayan. Naalala niyo po ba yun? O hindi nire-require yun ng Ateneo de Manila?
No, it is required, but my memory is probably not as good as yours, Your Honor.
It is required, but probably, pwede pong pakiulit ang inyong sagot.
Your memory might be a lot better than mine, Your Honor.
Pero nakakaroon tayo ng pagkanta ng Bayang Magiliw, pati na ang pagtulaan ng panatang makabayan. Hindi ko na gagawin, itatanong sa inyo sapagkat marami tang taon ang nakakaraan. Pero ang nais ko lamang pong ipaalala na sa huli ng ating panata, isa sa isip natin na ako ay isang Pilipino sa isip, sa salita at sa gawa. At yun po ang aming pag-uusapan dito sa Kongreso sa pagpapasya kung kayo ay bibigyan ng bagong prangkisa. Kung kayo sa inyong isip, salita at sa gawa at base na sa inyong sagot ay naging kayong isang tunay na Pilipino. Mr. Chairman, although I have 15 minutes, manifestation na lamang po ang aking gagawin. We know for a fact that the records of our proceedings are official. As a matter of fact, under the rules of evidence, our courts can take judicial notice of these proceedings. And therefore, in view of the importance and transcendental issue which we are discussing right now, based on the provisions of the Constitution, I would like to emphasize certain things. And I have furnished the COMSEC the things which I want to emphasize regarding the constitutional provision. Marami pong salamat, Ginoong Lopez.
Opo, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman.
Manifestation.
Please do so, Congressman Barsaga.
I have forwarded a copy to the COMSEC for their approval and perusal as early as 9 o'clock this morning.
May ipinasa po ba, COMSEC? May ipinasa po ba si Congressman P.D. Barsaga na manifestation kaninang alas 11 ng umaga?
Ayun na po. Okay. Una-una, sa ating mga mamamayan, ang pinag-uusapan natin dito practically ay ang mga sumusunod. Number 1, citizenship. Number 2, dual citizenship. Number 3, dual allegiance. And number 4, renunciation. Pag sinabi po nating citizenship, ito po yung pagkamamamayan ng isang tao. Base po sa ating diskusyon, sa pagkamamamayan, ang mamamayan po ni Mr. Lopez ay dalawa. Isa siyang Pilipino at isa siyang Amerikano. At ito po ang nakalagay sa ating saligang batas na paulit-ulit ng sinasabi ng ating mga kasamahan, pati na ng mga sangay ng ating pamahalaan, katulad ng DOJ, pati na ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Section 11, Paragraph 1, the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations, cooperatives, or associations wholly owned and managed by such citizen. Malinaw na malinaw po na itinatadhana ng ating saligang batas ng pag-aari ng mass media ay dapat sa Filipino citizens 100%. Pangalawa, nais ko pong bigyan diin. Next slide, please. Yung kasunod sana. Okay. Ay, lumampas ata tayo. Lumampas po tayo. Medyo lumampas. And this is very important. Yung pag-isa. Yung bago mag-section 11, paragraph 2.
Ano po ba yung hinahanap nyo, Congressman PD? Based on the deliberations.
No. Section 11, Article 6 is the only provision. You
Ayan
nasa
po.
taas. Is the only provision in the 1987 Constitution that requires 100% Filipino
Ayan na po,
ownership.
nasa screen na po.
Okay. So sa madaling sabi, yung Section 11, Article 6, na nire-require ang 100% capitalization ng Pilipino, ay ito lamang ang tanging provision sa Constitution na mayroong requirement na 100%. Yung advertising, katulad ng aking ipinakita sa screen, paragraph 2, 70% lamang ang requirement. When it comes to development of natural resources, ang requirement lamang ay 60%, and when it comes to public utility, katulad ng mga Meralco, etc., 60% lamang. At siguro nagtatanong tayo, bakit sa mass media ang ginawa ng ating mga delegado sa 1987 Constitution, nirequire nilang 100%. At kung tayo po ay magre-research sa deliberation ng Constitutional Commission, hindi naman po mahirap malaman ang kasagutan. At ito po ang kasagutan. Next slide, please. Based on the deliberations, Commissioner Jose Noliedo, which every lawyer knows, reason out why 100% Filipino ownership is required in the operation of telecommunications and mass media. At ito po ang dahilan na binigay ni Attorney Noliedo. At babasahin ko po. Ito ang sabi niya. While we consider the 60-40 ratio as applicable to public utilities in general, we are making an exception with respect to commercial telecommunications, taking into account that telecommunications involve more seriously the national interest, particularly the national security. So we feel that more Filipinos should have control over commercial telecommunication. Ang sabi ni Noliedo, na sinang-ayon na naman ng mga nakakarami sa Constitutional Commission, mahalaga ang telecommunications for national interest, especially for national security. Kaya kinakailangan 100% Pilipino. At meron pa rin po tayong isang probisyon sa ating saligang batas na binabanggit ng ating mga kasamahan. At ito po ay ang Section 5 ng Article 4. Dual allegiance of citizens is inimical to national interest and shall be dealt with by law. Pag sinabi nating dual allegiance, ang pinag-uusapan po ay ang katapatan ng isang mamamayan. Kapag ikaw ay dual citizen, meron kang dual allegiance. Ang katapatan mo ay sa dalawang bansa. Katulad ni Mr. Lopez, katapatan niya sa bansang Pilipinas at sa bansang Amerika. Although ang sinasabi lagi ni Mr. Lopez, 100% siya Pilipino. At ano ang dahilan kung bakit sinabi na ang dual allegiance ay inimical, makakasama sa interes na nasyonal? At ito po ang sagot ni Concon Delegate Blas Ople. In dual allegiance, there can be malice or an insidious threat to our sovereignty and security. Kung dalawa ang katapatan ng isang mamamayan, may pagkakataon na baging siya ay isang threat sa ating national interest, national security. At ito pa rin po ang sinabi ni Ginoong Blas Ople. He further added that were Filipino children born in the United States, katulad ni Mr. Lopez, for example, because of the Jus Soli doctrine, there have to grow up having in effect dual citizenship. Dalawa ang kanyang pagkamamamayan, although upon the attainment of maturity, that dilemma, if dual allegiance exists, can actually be overcome by an election by this person as to whether to become a Filipino or American citizenship. Lahat ng isyung pinag-uusapan natin dito ay anticipated ng mga framers ng ating 87 Constitution. At meron pang isang dahilan na binigay si Delegate Villacorta. Next slide, please. Ayan. On the other hand, Delegate Dr. Wilfredo Villacorta said, why do we have to convince our colleagues that singular allegiance to the Republic of the Philippines is as fundamental as the civil rights of citizens? It is part of obligation of every citizen to render allegiance only to one country. Obligasyon ng bawat mamamayan na kinakailangan isa lamang ang kanyang katapatan sa isang bansa, at sa ating mga Pilipino citizens, ang ating katapatan ay dapat lamang sa bansang Pilipinas at hindi sa ibang bansa. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po sa iyong manifestation, Congressman Barsaga. Meron pang natirang 1 minuto si Congressman Barsaga. Baka
We'll
gusto
give
mo pang
it to the
gamitin.
next interpolator, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Congressman Barsaga. Next to interpolate is our good Congressman, Edsel Lagman. Congressman Lagman, you're now recognized at binigyan ka po ng additional na 1 minute ni Congressman PD Barsaga. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Joint Chairman, I am not going to make an interpolation anymore in the second round. I will make a summation of the issues on the Philippine citizenship issue with respect to Mr. Gabi Lopez. Number one, when the 1935, 1973, and 1987 constitutions were drafted and ratified, the concept and fact of some Filipinos having dual citizenships were already in existence and known. More particularly, joint Filipino and American citizenships due to the concurrence of the doctrines of jus sanguinis and jus soli. With respect to the requirement of Filipino capitalization, management, and ownership of corporations, including those on mass media to the tune of 100%, the Constitution does not distinguish between a Filipino of single citizenship and a Filipino of dual citizenship. It is axiomatic that if the law or the Constitution does not distinguish, no distinction is allowed. Consequently, a Filipino with dual citizenship like Mr. Gabi Lopez is indubitably qualified to own and manage a mass media corporation like ABS-CBN. Verily, dual citizens are 100% Filipino. No amount of contrary opinion by members of the Constitutional Commission would diminish this import, because settled is the rule that opinions of the drafters of the Constitution are not controlling. Number two, under Commonwealth Act number 63 of 1936, Republic Act number 8171 of 1935, and Republic Act number 9225 of 2003, issuance and possession of a foreign passport and participating in the election of a foreign country are not among the grounds for losing Philippine citizenship. They are simply attributes of dual citizenship. If possessing and using a foreign passport does not amount to renunciation of Philippine citizenship, with more reason, the application in any form whatsoever for the issuance of a foreign passport is not a renunciation of Philippine citizenship. 3. The recognition of Philippine citizenship accorded to Mr. Gabi Lopez in 2002 was a confirmation of his being a Filipino citizen at birth, having been born of a Filipino father and also of a Filipino mother. The recognition process was not a naturalization proceeding. It was neither a perfection of his being a natural-born Filipino. Any act which Mr. Gabi Lopez was required to perform, or any document which he was required to submit in relation to his application for recognition of his Philippine citizenship, does not deter from his being a natural-born Filipino citizen. 4. Any passage of time before Mr. Gabi Lopez applied for recognition of his Philippine citizenship, which recognition to my mind is not even mandatory and indispensable, does not militate against his being a natural-born Filipino. Likewise, the passage of time before he applied for a Philippine passport does not detract from his being a natural-born Filipino citizen. 5. Whether he acquired and owned properties as an American citizen in the United States or paid taxes in the U.S. Would be completely immaterial to the citizenship issue, because acquisition and ownership of property in a foreign country and paying taxes to a foreign government are not grounds for losing Philippine citizenship under our laws. 6. What is prescribed is dual allegiance, which is deemed inimical to national interest according to the Constitution. It is not dual citizenship which is prohibited, because dual citizenship is legitimate and legally recognized. 7. Absence of a Philippine birth certificate does not militate against one who is a natural-born Filipino citizen at birth because of Filipino parentage. And 8, jus sanguinis is not a mere legal fiction. Blood relation because of parentage cannot be fictionalized. The Filipino blood that runs in the veins of a natural-born Filipino is real, not fiction. Thank you, Joint Chairman.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong manifestation, Congressman Lagman. Next to interpolate is Congresswoman Garin. Congresswoman Garin, you're now recognized. You have the floor. Congresswoman Janet Garin, you're now recognized. Okay. Nawala yata sa Zoom si Congresswoman Janet. Next to interpolate is Vice Chairman, Congressman Mike Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the Department of Justice, ASEC-T, some questions, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Chairman, dito po sa ating mga batas, doon sa citizenship, pagka ikaw ay banyaga at gusto mong maging Filipino in Republic Act 9139, tama po ba, ASEC-T, na kinakailangan Filipino citizen ka lang?
Your Honor, under our laws, a foreigner who wants to become Filipino must, one of the requirements for this foreigner is to take an oath to the Philippines. And part of the language of that oath is a renunciation of his other citizenship.
And it is correct, ASEC-T, thank you for that you only maintain one citizenship, which is the Filipino citizenship.
Your Honor, that really depends on the other nationality of this foreigner.
No, I'd like to correct you, ASEC-T. In
Yes, sir.
Republic Act 9139, you have to renounce your foreign citizenship and just be totally Filipino.
That's correct, Your Honor. From our perspective.
Yes, from our perspective, you have to be just one citizenship. And there have been Supreme Court cases based on this, na meron po mga ibang banyaga, nagpaka-Pilipino, tapos babalik sa pagkabanyaga, yan po ay tinatanggal natin sa pagka-citizenship. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Ngayon po, pagka ako naman po ay isang Pilipino, nagtrabaho ako sa Estados Unidos, nag-naturalize ako doon, meron naman po tayong batas. Kanina po pinag-uusapan yan, yung RA 9225, na pagbalik ko dito, mag-a-allegiance ulit ako sa Pilipinas at magkakaroon po ako ng dual citizenship. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, RA 9225 presupposes that there was naturalization in another country by a natural-born Filipino.
Yes. So, ang ginagawa natin, ibinabalik natin yung kanyang pagka-Pilipino ulit. At gagawa na naman siya ng panunumpa na siya po ay isang Pilipino. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun for those who were naturalized prior to the effectivity of 9225.
Okay. Sinasabi ko po to, ASEC-T, kasi on the two separate cases, banyaga ka, bumalik ka gusto mong maging Pilipino, magbibigay ka ng allegiance. Yun ang isang sample, Pilipino ka, yung isang batas po natin, Pilipino ka, pumunta ka ng ibang bansa, umuwi ka dito, magbibigay ka ng allegiance. Sa dalawa pang kasong to, kailangan talagang sumusumpa ang isang banyaga, pabalik sa Pilipinas, at yung pong Pilipino na gustong magbalik sa kanyang dating citizenship. Tama po ba?
Kami pong sumusumpa, Your Honor.
Ako.
Ngunit magkaiba po ang lingwahe doon sa sumpa. Doon sa sumpa ng banyaga na gusto maging Pilipino, maliwanag po doon sa sumpa na binibenounce niya ang kanyang pagkabanyaga.
Tama.
Doon sa sumpa ng dating Pilipino na gusto maging Pilipino ulit, wala pong pag-renounce ng kanyang foreign citizenship.
Agree po ako. Pero sa pareho pong panunumpa, nagbibigay siya sa allegiance sa Pilipinas.
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Tama po. So dito po sa dalawang kaso nito, kaya ko binanggit to, sa kadahilanan na kanina pa pinag-uusapan yung dual citizenship at dual allegiance. But in both cases on citizenship by a foreigner to become a Filipino or a former natural-born Filipino and to come back to become a Filipino, they both have to give an oath of allegiance. From the perspective of the Philippines, they have given their last allegiance to the Republic of the Philippines. Isn't that correct, ASEC-T?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon po, kanina po pinag-uusapan, sinasabi, legal, pwede, Pilipino. Ang tanong ko po sa inyo, ASEC-T, napag-usapan na po ba ang dual allegiance at dual citizenship sa Korte Suprema ng ating bansa? Hindi pa ho, di ba?
From my recollection, Your Honor, hindi
Wala.
pa napag-uusapan.
Opo. Pero napag-usapan na po ang dual allegiance. Doon po sa batas na binanggit ko, particular pa, and I will go more particularly, doon po sa ating batas sa Local Government Code, yung pong Local Government Code of 1991, na kung saan sinasabi niya, technically, pag nag-iba ka ng citizenship, nag-iba ka ng allegiance, hindi pwede.
Tama po yun, Your Honor. For election purposes, may definition po tayo ng dual allegiance.
So, ang existing lang po natin sa dual allegiance debate would be the case of the Local Government Code wherein marami pa nga hong kandidato, gumamit sila ng passport nila. In fact, if I may cite the case, yung pong kay Makiling sa Lanao, na ang sinabi, yun ay pagpapakita na hindi niya totally ni-renounce ang kanyang American citizenship. Tama po ba?
Kailangan ko po ma-review yung kaso yun, Your Honor. Pasensya na po. Pero tama po kayo na pagdating sa paksa ng local elections, meron tayong batas at jurisprudence on dual allegiance.
If I may quote the particular decision, and this is by Justice Carpio, it is undisputed that Amado had to comply with the twin requirements of allegiance and renunciation. However, Arnaldo's use of his USA passport after the execution of his affidavit of renunciation constituted a restriction of his renunciation and led to his failure to comply with the requirement of renunciation at the time he filed his certificate of candidacy, so on and so forth. So, kaya ko to binabanggit po kasi yung pong sinasabi ninyo, sa DOJ na ho ako papasok, sabi ninyo, pag Filipino, pag dual citizen, natural born, Filipino citizen na. That is only an opinion of the DOJ. There is no decision yet in the Supreme Court as regards citizenship, dual citizenship, and dual allegiance. Is that not correct, ASEC-T?
There are some decisions from the Supreme Court on dual citizenship. Among these decisions are the same decisions that were discussed during the past few meetings, such as those decisions that talked about the U.S. passport. But when it goes specifically to dual allegiance, Your Honor, I have no recollection. I might have to look into more cases now, but for presently, wala po akong maisip.
Okay, so dual allegiance, there is none. Pag sabi niyo po sa dual citizenship, may decision na. I will go particularly on mass media. Is there already a decision on dual citizenship and mass media?
There is none, Your Honor.
There is none. So therefore, Your Honor, sabi po ng DOJ and all the other lawyers, of equal footing. Ang ibig kong sabihin, yung sinasabing iba, pwede. Ang sinasabi ng iba, hindi pwede. Hindi pa ito na desisyonan ng ating Korte Suprema. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, pag sinabi po namin sa prangkisang to, bawal ang dual citizen, yung po ba ay magiging batas?
Sa prangkisa lang po, Your Honor? Or gagawa kayo ng general law talaga for...
It is only for the franchise that we will say, in this franchise, because it's mass media, we will not allow dual citizenship. Would that and all other broadcast media, we will not allow dual citizenship. Would that be a law?
So Your Honor, you will create a general statute that will...
Yes, it will be a
that
general.
will
It will
come up
not be just for one particular company.
Your Honor, top of my head right now, I would think that is within Congress's power.
Salamat po.
To provide for qualifications and restrictions to the grant of franchises.
Salamat po. Binanggit ko po ito kasi ASEC-T, kasi po dun sa GMA 7 franchise, nilagay po namin dun, sa programming ninyo, dapat 10% ilagay ninyo yung mga programs ng gobyerno. Pero sinabi namin sa kanila, and that is part of what you're saying, that it should not be class legislation, that it should include all the other companies. But it is in their particular franchise. In the franchise of ABS-CBN, previous to this. We do not have it yet. But as we have committed, we can put it in the franchise of ABS-CBN. So what we're saying is that if we say dual citizenships are not allowed, then that would be the law. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, gusto ko lang pong itanong lang ASEC T, kasi nagkaroon po kayo ng recognition ng Filipino. How would you appreciate it if I present a document, for example, and I will not go to Mr. Gabi Lopez, let's say a Filipino-Chinese, no? Nagkaroon po ako ng document to say that this person is not only Filipino but is also Chinese. And now we are deciding on the Committee on Franchise because this does not only concern Mr. Gabi Lopez. This will be a continuing concern for us. Ano po dapat naming appreciation? Do we now say he is Filipino, he will be allowed, when we know for a fact that he is a dual citizen?
Your Honor, it's Congress's prerogative whether or not to grant a franchise to any.
ASEC T, I'm asking you as a part of the Department of Justice and as a professor of law.
Yes.
And you are now, if you can please give us guidance, because this will be a continuing problem for us. Do we now allow dual citizens to have ownership, particular in mass media where it is 100% Filipino?
Your Honor, from a legal perspective, from an interpretation of provisions of the Constitution and law that are relevant to nationalization of particular activities, Your Honor, it appears that there's no distinction. No distinction is made between purely Filipino citizens and dual citizens when it comes to participation in these activities.
And well, I agree with you, ASEC T. You're interpreting now the law. Ang tanong ko po ay ganito. Kung kamo po ina-advisean nyo sa Franchise Committee, sa Good Government Committee, at nakita po natin maraming prangkisa, at alam natin marami doon ay dual citizen, ano pong guidance ang bibigay nyo sa amin? And I'm not just talking of Filipino-Americans. You have Filipino-Chinese, you have Filipino-Japanese. How do we now treat this? When the spirit of the Constitution is supposed to be, sinasabi niya, Filipino talaga. Wala din naman siya sinabing dual eh. Filipino citizens.
Your Honor, when it comes to the grant of franchise, nationality of the applicant is only one criteria. There are many other criteria that Congress can look into, such as the financial capacity of the applicant, such as the track record, the need for this particular entity to be granted a franchise.
ASEC,
So I believe, yes, Your Honor.
pakisagot naman po ng maayos yung
Sige.
tanong kasi simple lamang po ASEC yung katanungan sa inyo.
Sige.
Kung kami po ay bibigyan nyo ng advice,
Yes, Your Honor.
na kung tayo-tayo lang naman ang nagkakarinigan dito, ano bang advice ang may bibigay nyo sa amin tungkol
Sige,
dyan sa usapin ng citizenship na yan, ASEC? Simple lang po, ASEC.
Your Honor, basta Pilipino, mag-qualify siya sa pagiging Pilipino, whether or not he's purely Filipino or Filipino by virtue of dual citizenship.
Okay, thank you for
Sapat na
that.
yun.
Thank you for that.
Combine na
ASEC.
with other factors, kung meron mga nagtabla, kung may nagtabla na Pilipino lang at dual citizen, siguro maganda na ipasok doon yung mga ibang criteria para ma-determine nyo kung kanino kayo papanig.
Okay, so thank you for that. So ang sinasabi ng DOJ, well, I think that's just a personal question, opinion
Yes,
of
sir.
the
Yes,
department.
sir.
Na kung sa Filipino, so kung Filipino-Chinese, kung Filipino-American, Filipino-Japanese, sa Filipino pwede. Well, thank you for that opinion. Mr. Chairman, just like to go to Mr. Gabi Lopez. Mabilis lang po to. Mr. Gabi Lopez, narinig ko po, marami na tinanong, no? Nagbabayad kayo ng taxes sa Pilipinas, bumoboto kayo sa Pilipinas at isang beses lang kayo bumoto ng 2016 sa Amerika. Ito nang po, Mr. Lopez, nagtataka ko. Meron po ba kayong Philippine driver's license?
Opo, Your Honor.
Po nakuha tong Philippine driver's license, Mr. Lopez?
I'm sorry, Your
What
Honor?
year, Mr. Gabby Lopez, were you able to avail of Philippine driver's license?
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh, what year, Mr. Lopez, would that be?
Hindi ko na maalala. Matagal ko na hindi ginagamit ang driver's license ko, kaya hindi ko maalala.
But even before, Mr. Lopez, you got your Philippine passport, ibig sabihin, bata pa ho kayo, mayroon na po kayong driver's license.
Siguro po.
Yung sa, Pilipinas,
Opo, Philippine driver's license.
ito po, Mr. Lopez, gusto ko lang pong tanongin, no, kasi nagtataka ako, nakakuha po kayo ng driver's license, pagkatapos po, nakapag-register kayo as a voter. Pero yung recognition po nakuha ninyo noong 2001. Kasi kung magre-register po ako sa COMELEC, I would need to show that I'm a Filipino. And then if you register po sa driver's license, pagka American ang pinakita nyo po na birth certificate, di ba ho, ang binibigay nila usually is the international driver's license. Meaning to say, meron po sana naging process na nagkaroon ng recognition. Hindi ko po naintindihan, Mr. Lopez. It's just parang confusion on my part at medyo hindi ko po naintindihan yung naging prosesong yun.
I would have to review, Your Honor. I really don't recall what the process was and how I got the driver's license.
Before you continue your line of questioning, Congressman Vice Chairman Defensor, your time has already lapsed, so please wind up.
Sige po. So yung voters registration nyo po, meron po kayong voters ID. Alam nyo po kung paano yun nakuha?
Siguro po, I would have to review it. I would have to review, Your Honor.
Kasi po, alam nyo, Mr. Lopez, because you are Gabby Lopez, it's easy for you to get a license, people know you. But I'm thinking, there are many Filipino Americans. And before they get a driver's license, they go through a process. Before they register in the COMELEC, they go through a process. Pero parang dito ho, pagka kumuha kayong driver's license, bibigyan kayo kaagad. Pag nag-register kayo, pwede rin po kaagad. So, it's either we have a problem with our government agencies that, they just gave it out, o meron ho tayong may miss na process doon sa pagkakuha na po nitong mga lisensya at voters ID.
Well, I will review, Your Honor, and promise to submit memorandum on the process that I went through.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Isang taon po, nung high school po kayo sa Ateneo, pumasok po pa kayo sa PMT o yung Preparatory Military Training?
Hindi ko maalala po kung...
Nung panahon po natin, Honorable Alvarado, ROTC. Nung panahon nila Mr. Gabby Lopez, it was the PMT. This was previous to martial law.
Ang naalala ko, ROTC.
Did you attend ROTC, Mr. Lopez?
Parang hindi po.
And kaya po kayo hindi nag-ROTC because you were an American citizen or you are an American citizen?
No, I don't think that was the reason why, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, Mr. Lopez, if you can look into those records, because the PMT, ROTC, and CMT are required services in effect conscription by a Filipino. And
Yes, Your Honor. I will review it.
Yes, Mr. Lopez, because I saw your letter to the Bureau of Immigration and you mentioned you have not given service to the United States. I would like to know if you have fulfilled your services as a Filipino with our military training as required in the Philippines, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Lopez. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Next to interpellate is Congressman Mark Go. Okay. The last one to interpellate is Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Congressman Rufus, you now have the floor.
Unmute. Okay. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to have the last questions. Mr. Chairman, I would like to go back to the only issue in this hearing that we have today and the last hearing. And the only issue, Mr. Chairman, is whether Mr. Gabi Lopez is a Filipino citizen or not. Because if he is a Filipino citizen, he can acquire stocks in ABS-CBN and he can be an officer of ABS-CBN. Everything else is our academic discussions. And I will refer later on to these constitutional provisions, which to me are all academic because they're very clear. The only issue that we have, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to ask this now to the Bureau of Immigration. Our 1935 Constitution provides that Section 1, Article 14, 35 Constitution, Section 1, Number 3, third paragraph, those whose fathers are citizens of the Philippines are Filipinos. My question to the Bureau of Immigration, did you process the certificate of recognition and can you confirm in these proceedings that all the requirements to prove that Mr. Gabi Lopez is a Filipino citizen and to be recognized by the Bureau of Immigration and affirmed by the Department of Justice have been complied with?
Mr.
The Bureau of
Lopez.
Immigration.
Mr. Lopez.
The question is to the Bureau of Immigration.
Okay, immigration. Do we have the Bureau of Immigration?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Sarate.
Before the Bureau of Immigration will give the answer, Congressman Mark Go just informed me that because he will no longer interpolate, that he will give his time to Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'm Attorney Alvin Alegre, Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Immigration. Based on the clarification by former Commissioner Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, Your Honor, the records of this case with the Bureau reflects that Mr. Gabi Lopez has submitted 8 documents, Mr. Chair, which will include the birth certificate of the parents of the subject in this case, the affidavit of Philippine citizenship, and the letter of request before the commissioner during that time, Mr. Chair. In compliance therewith, Your Honor, it was acted upon on April 25, 2001, and an order to recognize Mr. Gabi Lopez as Filipino citizen has been issued, and it was confirmed by the DOJ on August 6, 2001, Mr. Chairman.
So you can confirm, Honorable Deputy Commissioner, that all the requirements, including the proof that the parents, the father of Mr. Gabi Lopez was Filipino at the time of his birth, was filed with the Bureau of Immigration. Can you confirm that?
We confirm, Mr. Chair, based on the records existing before the Bureau of Immigration, that he has submitted if I may enumerate one by one, Mr. Chair.
No, just the birth, the citizenship of the father, the birth certificate of the father of Gabi Lopez. Was that submitted?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is the certificate of birth of his father, Mr. Eugenio Jr., indicating that his parents are Filipino citizens, as well as the certificate of birth of his mother,
indicating that her parents are Filipino citizens.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. It is clear that
Yes,
therefore, under Article 14, Article 4 of the Constitution of 1935, which governs the birth of Mr. Lopez, it is clear that they have submitted the proof that the father is a Filipino citizen, submitted and authenticated, approved by you, and then affirmed to the Department of Justice. Do you confirm that this was therefore submitted and you have recognized Mr. Gapi Lopez as a Filipino citizen because his father is a Filipino?
Per records of the Bureau of Immigration, Mr. Chair, yes, we confirm that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now call on the lawyer, Attorney Damaso, to answer the questions. Mr. Damaso, under your oath, did you submit all the requirements of the Bureau of Immigration, the Department of Justice, when Gabi Lopez applied for recognition as a Filipino in the year 2001?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May I just enumerate for the record the documents that we submitted to the department, to the Bureau of Immigration in connection with the recognition for Philippine citizenship of Gabi Lopez. So, the first that was required was the birth certificate of the applicant. So, Gabi Lopez birth certificate, which was issued by Boston, Massachusetts. That's one. And then the birth certificate of the parents of Gabi Lopez, showing that they are both Filipino citizens at the time of birth of Gabi Lopez. The marriage contract of the parents of Gabi Lopez, which shows also that they are both Filipino citizens at the time that they got married. And then the applicant's passport. At the time, it was the U.S. passport that he submitted. And then the passport of both parents. So these were all submitted, and at the time of the submission, the Bureau of Immigration was very strict about the authenticity of all of these documents. That's why all the documents were duly authenticated, and all affidavits were notarized, and all documents emanating from the U.S. were duly authenticated likewise. So all of these documents duly authenticated, Your Honor.
So can you therefore now confirm under oath that you submitted all the requirements that were required of the certificate of recognition by the Bureau of Immigration and Department of Justice, and to your personal knowledge, these were submitted and they were all valid and authenticated documents, Attorney Damaso?
I confirm that, Your Honor, which is the reason why the application was approved by the Bureau of Immigration, and this was endorsed to the Department of Justice, which likewise confirmed the approval of the recognition.
Thank you very much, Attorney Damaso. My next question will now go to Undersecretary Professor T of the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Director USEC T, Professor T, can you confirm that all the documents that were submitted by the applicant were duly received and approved by the Bureau of Immigration, including the birth certificate of the father of Gabi Lopez, the late Renewal Lopez, to prove citizenship, and all of these were considered judiciously by the Department of Justice in the affirmation of the certificate of registration issued by the Bureau of Immigration?
Your Honor, that is correct. We received those documents that were enumerated. We affirmed them, and we also, in compliance with this committee's request, we also submitted the docket, which includes those documents, to the committee last week.
So therefore, Mr. Gabi Lopez is in possession of identification certificate issued by the BI and affirmed by the Department of Justice that he is a Filipino citizen. Would you confirm that?
Your Honor, we confirm that he is a Filipino citizen.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we have heard the lawyer who personally filed this application. We have heard the Bureau of Immigration. We have heard the Department of Justice. All of them, under oath, have confirmed that indeed Mr. Gapi Lopez is a Filipino citizen and therefore he can now own shares of stock of ABS-CBN and can be an officer and manager of the ABS-CBN. I'll go now to the other collateral issues which are just straying from the main issue because we don't want to also leave this even if they have nothing to do with the citizenship of Mr. Gabi Lopez. I'd like to go now, Mr. Chairman, to Article 4, citizenship of the 87 Constitution. It says, Section 5, dual allegiance of citizens is inimical to the national interest. This policy that is inimical in 1987 and shall be dealt with by law. My question now would now go, Mr. Chairman, to our Department of Justice Representative Professor T. Yes. ASEC T. This particular provision, do you know whether there has been a law that governs dual allegiance of citizens in our country? If you have an idea of this, a law that should deal with this particular Section 5 provision. Unmute, please. Unmute. Unmute.
DOJ.
Yeah,
DOJ.
Okay, unmuted, Your Honor. I apologize.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe insofar as dual allegiance is concerned, there is a law for local elected officials, or at least law and jurisprudence for local elected officials.
Okay, so you're going to the local officials. So it is clear that there is no direct law that will deal on the matter of the general dual allegiance as stated by the Constitution. There's no general law on that, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. There is no general law on that.
But there was a law, 9225, correct? That indirectly answers this issue of dual allegiance. Do you agree with that?
If I recall correctly, RA 9225 does not mention the words dual allegiance.
Does not?
Does not mention dual allegiance. It deals more with dual nationality.
Yes. But we are saying that 9225 approved in 2005 after the Philippine 87 Constitution allows people who have lost citizenship, who have been naturalized, for example, in America, and has renounced Philippine citizenship. They have been allowed to reacquire Philippine citizenship by taking their oath and submitting the birth certificate that they were Filipinos at the time. Is that correct?
That is correct. And not only reacquire, Your Honor, but they are also able to maintain their other nationality.
Thank you for that very clear explanation. So therefore, this being dual allegiance or dual citizenship has been in our legislature have been given a different treatment because while it says it's inimical to the national interest, it is a fact that we have passed in 2005 and to sign into law by the President that indeed even those already with nationalities of other countries can reacquire Philippine citizenship. Do you agree with that?
I agree, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So therefore, the issue of this Section 7, Article 4 on citizenship about dual allegiance of citizens is inimical national interest has been quite answered in the opposite, that we believe that we should give back Philippine citizenship to those who have even already acquired another citizenship by returning to them the citizenship. Is that correct?
Your Honor, it would appear that because of RA 9225 as well as subsequent jurisprudence, that dual allegiance is not equated with dual nationality.
That's also true. But we are saying here that even if there may be an allegiance given to another country, because certainly in other countries require you to take an oath, especially when you become nationalized. Naturalization. Then you say, I only, I renounce. So therefore, you have the allegiance that is there. But our law does not distinguish. In other words, we are saying that even those who have had allegiance given to another country can reacquire citizenship. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. Thank you very much, Secretary. Assistant Secretary. Future Secretary. Okay. Now, so we go now, therefore, it's still part of this now is your answers to this. Another issue that was been brought about, which is a non-issue, like Section 5 on dual allegiance is a non-issue in the case of Mr. Gabriel. The other one is Section 11, Article 6, General Provisions, that says the ownership and management of mass media shall be limited to the citizens of the Philippines or to associated corporations managed wholly by the citizens. Now, are you aware, of course, Professor T, that the constitutional construction is that when the law is very clear, it has to be applied. Don't you agree with that, Maxim? That when
Yes, Your
you
Honor.
have to just apply it. Correct?
I agree, Your Honor.
Now, is it not very clear here that the provisions here, it says limited to citizens of the Philippines? It doesn't say, comma, that they should not be citizens of other countries. Can you see it very clearly here? It does not have any qualification of a citizenship that will own mass media. Do you agree with that, Professor T?
Your Honor, that is our present view, that the provisions of the Constitution on nationalization of certain enterprises do not distinguish between purely Filipino citizens and dual citizens.
That's correct. And of course, as professor, you would know because you come from our law school. That the maxim here, the Latin maxim is ubi lex non distinguit net nos distinguere debemos. Correct? That when the law does not distinguish, we should not distinguish. Do you agree with that maxim?
I agree, Your Honor.
And the law here does not distinguish. As long as you are a Filipino citizen, you can be an owner or a manager of a mass media. Is that correct, Undersecretary T?
Your Honor, we don't make a distinction between...
That's correct. And that's why your opinion is that this particular provision does not consider whether that Filipino citizen has another nationality, correct?
Your Honor, that's the present interpretation, Your Honor.
And even the most important provision on ownership of land, exclusively reserved for Filipinos. You have that opinion that you don't really go into the question of whether a Filipino citizen who is a clear citizen may not be allowed to own land if he is a national of another country. Is that correct, ASEC T?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So therefore, ASEC T, you are saying that there is no issue as far as Section 11 is concerned in spite of others who would like to make a big issue out of nothing. Don't you agree with that?
Your Honor, the present interpretation, but as Congressman Defensor pointed out, there is no Supreme Court decision yet on this matter. But the present interpretation would appear to be that there's no distinction between dual citizens and purely Filipino citizens for purposes of that provision.
And don't you agree?
Congressman Rodriguez, bago niyo po ipagpatuloy ang inyong katanungan, paalala lang po ng committee ito na tapos na po yung inyong 10 minuto, kaya po maaari na po kayo magsimulang matapos ang inyong katanungan. Maraming salamat po.
I thank you for giving me some consideration, Mr. Chairman. So my next point is that, therefore, as you have said, there is no Supreme Court decision interpreting this. And since we are in a state when there is no Supreme Court decision interpreting this, then we go to the layman's interpretation and your opinion of the Department of Justice and the opinion of the Securities and Exchange Commissioner by Commissioner Amatong. who also said that therefore there is no distinction. It is clear, as long as you are Filipino, you can own land. As long as you are Filipino, you can own media stocks. Can you confirm that, Secretary?
I'll confirm that, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, I therefore come out with my summation. My summation, Mr. Chairman, is that it is clear the only issue in this particular proceedings, as far as Mr. Gabi Lopez is concerned, is his citizenship. And this is confirmed by his lawyer, by the Bureau of Immigration, by the Department of Justice, by the SEC, that Gabi Lopez is 100% Filipino. And being 100% Filipino, he can own stocks in ABS-CBN and become a former president of this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank Attorney Damaso, of course, Mr. Gabi Lopez. We also thank our Bureau of Immigration Commissioner, and then we have also ASEC-T and the SEC. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time given to me. I thank all the resource persons. Thank you and good afternoon to all of us. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Rodriguez. Yes, Vice Chairman Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, can we be allowed to propound questions also to the DOJ in rebuttal to the questions of Attorney Rufus Rodriguez in this matter?
You're not allowed to do so at this point, Vice Chairman Remulla. But if you'll be pointing something that is out of order, then you may do so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, because what we're talking about here is legal interpretation, and that the Supreme Court has never decided on this matter. And all of the questions were, of course, Mr. Rodriguez, Honorable Rodriguez, is an author of the franchise law, so he is asking all the questions that would be supporting his bill, especially even to the extent that open-ended questions are being asked without regard to the fact that these matters have not been interpreted properly by the Supreme Court.
Yes, you can continue. You can continue.
Well, the question here is, what are the dual allegiance cases decided by the Supreme Court with regards to mass media, ASEC-T?
There are none, Your Honor.
There are none.
No dual allegiance cases yet insofar as mass media is concerned.
So the reference to land ownership, as stated by the Securities and Exchange Commission for Filipino citizens or dual citizens, cannot be applied to the issue of mass media. Can it be applied?
Your Honor,
Yes or no, ASEC? ASEC?
Okay lang, Your Honor.
Can this be applied to mass media, all these references to land ownership of the SEC?
Opinion of the SEC is an opinion of the SEC. So at most it is persuasive. It has no stare decisis effect on us like a Supreme Court decision would. But at the same time, even if it pertained to the ownership of land, it can apply by analogy to mass media because it pertains to a similar situation, and that situation is nationalization of particular activities to Filipinos, and it goes into the definition, into the interpretation of what a Filipino is in those different constitutional provisions.
Yes, but in the drafting of the law and the passage of the law of dual citizenship in 2001, it was very clear from the deliberations of the Senate and from the letters, from the endorsements of the Executive Department, that the purpose for allowing dual citizens to own land was really the purpose for the dual citizenship law is to allow them to own land, but not mass media. Is that not there, ASEC-T?
I have to look up.
So you have not studied
I'm not aware of that.
You have not studied the law drafted in 2001 about how it came about, and it did not refer to anything about mass media.
I'm not sure about that particular statement, Your Honor.
Is there any other activity in the Constitution about requiring ownership wholly by Filipinos or to corporations 100% Filipino?
If I recall correctly, Your Honor, it seems to be mass media only.
Mass media only. So it is sui generis, a class on its own.
That can be said, Your Honor.
So all of these allusions or all of these references to land ownership and mass media, they're apples and oranges. They're not the same, are they?
That can be said, Your Honor. They're not the same in some ways, but they're also the same in other ways.
And if you will go back again to the drafters of the Constitution, the reference to national security and mass media is very clear, isn't it, Mr. T?
I'll have to look it up, Your Honor.
Well, that was
But
the thesis
Congressman Remulla,
posited
please
by...
wind up.
That was the thesis posited by the Honorable P.D. Barsaga when he quoted
yes.
a constitutional commissioner, one was Noliedo and the other one I cannot recall right now, saying that there are national security implications in the ownership of mass media.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. As there are no members who wishes to interpolate on the first issue, tayo po ay nasa unang issue pa rin. We will now proceed with the second issue on ownership. Ang katanungan po ay whether or not ABS-CBN Corporation violated the constitutional requirement of 100% Filipino ownership and management for mass media when ABS-CBN sold Philippine depositary receipts to foreigners which allegedly allowed non-Filipinos to own ABS-CBN. Sa usaping ito po, bigyan lang natin ng linaw at para po sa kaalaman ng marami sa ating mga nanonood na sa Philippine Stock Exchange Glossary po ay meron pong nakalagay na definisyon ang PDRs o kaya ang Philippine Depositary Receipts. In the Philippines, a Philippine Depositary Receipt or PDR is defined as a security which grants the holder the right to the delivery of the sale of an underlying share. Sa Divina Law naman po, ang kanilang definisyon, PDRs are a kind of investment instrument that accrues interest and can be sold for profit. Individuals and corporations, regardless if a Filipino citizen or not, can invest in PDRs. Gamit po ang mga kaisipang ito ay sisimulan po natin ang mahabang linya ng ating mga kasama na magtatanong at ang kauna-unahan po sa mga magtatanong ay si Congresswoman Dindi Bautista. Congressman Bautista, you're now recognized. You have the floor.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, and thank you for recognizing me on the issue on the PDRs. So I just have a few questions to address to ABS-CBN, and anyone from ABS-CBN could answer this. Mr. Chair, may I ask if I could direct the questions directly to anyone from ABS-CBN who could answer my query?
Opo, Congresswoman Bautista, hanggat nasa inyo po ang floor, kayo po ang nasa inyo po ang direksyon kung kanino po kayo magtatanong at kung sino ang gusto niyong sumagot. Maraming salamat po.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, the issue on PDR is very complicated and it's somehow difficult to understand. So, I'd just like to have a few clarifications. To ABS-CBN, ABS-CBN Holdings Incorporated reserved 272 million of its shares in ABS-CBN Corporation and deposited them with the Philippine Central Depository Incorporated and issued a corresponding 272 PDRs representing each of those shares so that the PDRs could be freely traded instead of the actual shares. Anyone could ABS-CBN could give me a light. Is my understanding of the PDRs correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That was in 1999. ABS Holdings issued 272 million PDRs covering 272 million.
Naririnig niyo po ba, Congresswoman Bautista?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can hear him.
Maaari pong pakiulit po ang inyong sagot at pakilakasan po.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, Mr. Chairman. In 1999, ABS-CBN Holdings issued 272 million PDRs covering 272 million ABS-CBN shares.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to address the committee before I proceed with my questions. Has ABS-CBN provided this committee the actual PDRs that we've requested? Because based on the documents they have submitted to us, they have only given us a sample, and we want to see the actual PDRs which they've given.
Mr. Chairman, what we submitted was the PDR instrument, and attached to the PDR instrument is a sample of the PDR certificate.
Yes po. Pero I remember 2 hearings ago that the committee asked for an actual PDR because you submitted as the sample. So can we actually ask for the actual PDRs?
Mr. Chairman, there are several. We've issued several PDRs, but we could provide a sample.
Okay, thank you. Sir, with my second question, from your submissions, it seems that a foreigner holding a PDR could sell the PDR to a Filipino person or company, and that person or company could demand the delivery of the underlying ABS-CBN Corporation share. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, ma'am.
So in other words, in addition to the income, the PDRs in effect allow a foreigner to buy and sell the underlying ABS-CBN Corporation shares.
Madam, Mr. Chairman, ma'am, the PDRs can be sold to Filipinos and non-Filipinos, but the underlying shares can only be held by Filipinos.
Yes, sir, but can they sell the underlying share without the instruction of a PDR holder?
Madam, to be able, if a PDR holder exercises the PDRs, and he is a Filipino, he can get the shares. But if he's not a Filipino, the shares must be sold in the market, and the proceeds will be delivered to that non-Filipino PDR holder.
So, for the next question, does not receiving income and having the ability to direct the sale of shares essentially amount to ownership and control of the shares? So basically, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, can you actually sell something that you don't have ownership of?
The PDR is a financial instrument which gives the holder thereof a right to purchase the shares. If he is a Filipino, he also has a right to the proceeds of the sale of the shares if he's not a Filipino. So he can get the proceeds of the shares if it is sold once it is exercised.
So, okay. Sir, under your PDR, is it not stated, this is under the sample PDR that you submitted, is it not stated that both ABS-CBN Holdings and ABS-CBN Corporation are bound not to alter, modify, or otherwise change its articles of incorporation or bylaws or take any other action that would prejudice the rights of the PDR holders.
That's correct, Madam.
And under the
Congresswoman
same PDR,
Dean
is it
Bautista? Congresswoman Dean
Is it
Bautista?
yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Kindly emphasize that point because that would be very critical to the point you're raising.
Yes. So I will repeat my question and my statement. So under your PDR that you submitted, is it not stated that both ABS-CBN Holdings and ABS-CBN Corporation are not bound to alter, modify, or otherwise change its articles of incorporation or bylaws or take any other action that would prejudice the rights of the PDR holders?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, can I check the PDR instrument?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, based on the PDR instrument under Section 12.2, is the issuer that, or the ABS Holdings that undertook to cause the company not to alter, modify, or otherwise change its articles of incorporation. It's not ABS-CBN that did that, made that undertaking.
Okay. So under the same PDR, is it not the case that the issuer of the PDR bound itself to incur any obligation, debt, or liability that would materially or adversely affect its ability to meet its obligations under the PDR?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. So in effect, can we both say that both these stipulations on your PDR restrict ABS-CBN Holdings and ABS-CBN Corporation's management prerogative and show control?
Madam, our position is that these restrictions do not transfer ownership or control to the PDR holders.
Sir, because, and Mr. Chair, this is my final question also, because may I point out that based on the Court of Appeals ruling in Rappler Holdings Incorporated versus SEC, where these were almost the same stipulations similar to these were held as showing control. And Mr. Chair, that was my final question.
ABS-CBN, do you want to answer?
Our position, Madam, is that the provisions in the Rappler are different from our provisions.
Mr. Chair, may I request the representative from ABS-CBN to speak a little bit louder? Medyo mahina po yung
Opo,
sagot.
nirequest ko na po sa kanila kanina. At i-request ko po ulit ngayon, i-request po namin ulit na pakilakasan po tuwing sumasagot po kayo.
Mr. Chairman, our position is that the provisions in the Rappler PDRs are different from the provisions in the ABS PDRs with respect to that section 12.2.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Dindi Bautista, sa iyong mga sunod-sunod na katanungan.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Defensor.
Mr. Chair, kasi po yung pinabanggit ni Congresswoman Bautista based on the Court of Appeals, yung pong provision na yon, binasa po din ng ABS-CBN yung provision nila. Sa akin kung palagay, parehong-pareho.
Yes.
Hindi ko napansin yung pagkakaiba. So kung mali lang pong mapaliwanag ng ABS-CBN, kasi parang hindi na klaro yun, ano yung pagkakaiba? Because the same conditions of the PDR of ABS-CBN as read by the ABS-CBN representative are the ones being mentioned by the Honorable Bautista. Iyan din po ang provision sa Rappler PDRs.
Maraming salamat po sa napakagandang manifestation ni Vice Chairman Defensor. Yes, Vice Chairman Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, the real question is how do you distinguish one and the other? Can we distinguish the Rappler PDR from the ABS-CBN PDR, and what are the differences between them?
Yan po ay ilan sa mga katanungan na paghandaan ng ABS-CBN. Gusto niyo na po ba sagutin ngayon? Yes, ABS-CBN.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our position, as correctly stated by the Corporate Secretary of ABS-CBN, is that there were material changes made to the Rappler PDR instrument. The main distinction was any change in the Rappler PDR required consultation with the PDR holders, and the original version required approval before such changes can be made. In our in the ABS-CBN model, there was no requirement. From the very beginning, there was an understanding that when the PDR issuer issued, they made a promise that they would not change the document.
Mr. Chairman,
Maraming salamat po. Yes, Congressman Barsaga.
just a suggestion, in order that the records would properly reflect kung sino ang mga sumasagot sa ating mga katanungan, pwede bang pakirequest natin sa mga kinatawan ng ABS-CBN na bago sumagot, sabihin ang kanilang pangalan, pati na ang tungkulin nila sa ABS-CBN.
All guests, all invited guests are requested to do so. Alam niyo po mga kasama, ang hearing po natin ay hanggang alas 6 lang at nakikita ko na po ang susunod na magtatanong na...
Mr. Chair, the name of the one who replied prior to...
Yes.
Yes, pangalan po ninyo, sir?
Herminio Ozaita Jr. Attorney po ako sa Romulo Law Office. I'm also counsel to ABS-CBN.
Maraming salamat po. Next, to interpolate, at sana po ito ay maikling interpolation lamang dahil lumagpas na po tayo sa oras natin na hanggang alas 6 lamang, 6:01 na po. And probably the last one to interpolate for today will be Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez. You now have the floor.
Okay, maraming salamat Mr. Chairman at magandang gabi na po sa ating lahat, especially to all our resource speakers who have been invited in this joint congressional committee hearings. Alam nyo, pinag-uusapan natin po itong PDR, no? At kung isipin po ay parang napakahirap intindihin kung ano ibig sabihin ng Philippine Depositary Receipt. At kung tayo po ay simpleng mamamayan o ordinaryong mamamayan lamang, ay tunay na mahihirapan po tayong i-explain kung ano po itong PDR. And that's the reason why kanina ay tinatanong ni Congresswoman Bautista kung meron po tayong maipakikita na parang original na tinatawag nating Philippine Depository Receipt Certificate. At kanina po ay binigay ng ating secretariat yung ating pong sample ng tinatawag nating PDRC na kung saan ito po yung tinatawag nating underlying share na ibinebenta po sa mga Pilipino at non-Pilipino para maintindihan po ng ating mga ordinaryong tao o ordinaryong mamamayan. Ito po ay isang financial instrument na kung saan ay maaaring magamit ng ating pong mga non-Filipinos, especially mga non-Filipinos. But Filipinos can also buy this PDR on Philippine Stock Exchange or kaya ay tinatawag nating private placement. At ito po ay ginagamit ng ABS-CBN Holding Corporation na kung saan ang mostly na bumibili sa ating pong holding corporation under ABS-CBN ay yung ating pong mga foreign investor. At alam nyo, matagal na rin po itong PDR. Kumbaga, 1920 pa lang ay na-discover na to at naging popular lamang to sa Pilipinas noong 1999. As a matter of fact, ang ating pong ABS-CBN Holding Corporation have started to have this kind of PDR na kung saan sila po ang nag-i-issue. Maganda po to sa atin dahil nga exactly nakita po natin na nagkaroon po tayo ng mga foreign investors, tumagdag ang negosyo, nagkaroon ng trabaho ang ating pong mga mamamayan, lumakas ang kita, tumaas ang ekonomiya. But still, nakita natin yung maganda epekto, but unfortunately, may mga problema that manifested during the execution of PDRs. Not because of the wrong implementation of PDRs, but on the previous practices that mass media company allegedly having a bias towards other news programs and some allegedly as well that ABS-CBN had become manipulators of political balances in the Philippines. Pero ako, I've been a part of ABS-CBN as well. Ako po ay a former actor in ABS-CBN. I've worked in ABS-CBN for 6 years. At I've experienced a lot of good things in ABS-CBN as well. True to their slogan, sinasabi nila in the service of the Filipino people, ay nakita naman po natin yung mga magandang ginagawa ng ABS-CBN during calamities, typhoons, earthquakes, yung mga tinatawag natin volcanic eruption, ABS-CBN was there. Magaganda mga programa na ginagawa ng ABS-CBN. Nagpapaiyak, nagpapatawa, nagpapakilig sa ating po mga kababayan. But it's always like this, merong two sides of a coin. At ang isa, maganda, at ang isa, hindi. Considering that there are allegations that during national election, yung slogan ng ating pong ABS-CBN ay parang nababago na in the service of ABS-CBN instead of in the service of the Filipino people. Those are the highly contentious and debatable issues. And I think we have to start by asking the ABS-CBN Holding Corporation some pertinent questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Alam natin that ibinibenta itong PDR. At sa pagbenta ng PDR, pag bumili ka, ano ang pamamaraan na ginagawa po ng ating pong mga holding corporation on selling the PDRs? The ABS-CBN Holding Corporation can answer this.
Mr. Chair, may I request that Attorney Ayo Bautista be recognized to answer the questions?
Yes, it's okay, as long as he belongs to the ABS-CBN Holding Corporation. Is he the lawyer of the holding corporation? Who is the lawyer of the holding corporation?
Si Attorney Quezon po.
Okay, go ahead. Sir.
Pakiulit po yung questions.
Ang tanong ko, di ba pag tayo po ay bumibili ng PDR, meron po tayong form on how to purchase eh. Di ba? For example, tayo po ay listed on a public, di ba? IPO. So, paano tayo bumibili? Bumibili ba tayo sa Philippine Stock Exchange? O tapos meron po tayong tinatawag na, alam mo, pagbultuhan ng bili, meron tinatawag dyan na parang private placement, di ba? So, ginawa po ba natin to dito sa ating holding corporation?
Mr. Chairman, noong 1999, nagkaroon ho tayo ng initial offering of...
Can you speak louder, Mr. Chairman?
Noong 1999, nagkaroon ho tayo ng initial offer ng PDRs. Ito ay in-offer ng ABS Holdings to the public. So doon ho nagsimula yung PDRs. But after that, you can buy PDRs from the market. You can approach any broker and ask a broker to buy the PDRs for you.
So lahat ng mga qualified brokers are allowed to sell the PDRs. Mag-i-issue lamang ang holding corporation ng kanilang PDRs at mahahawakan na nila yung kanilang certificate, di ba? Correct? If I'm correct, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, na-issue na ho yung PDRs ng ABS Holdings Corporation.
Okay.
And this is
All
being
right.
circulated in the market.
I understand. Okay. Is this a Philippine Deposit Receipt Certificate is also tantamount on saying that this is the pledge agreement that the subscriber and the ABS-CBN Holding Corporation hold in between the buyer and the seller of the PDR?
Your Honor, the pledge agreement is a separate
It's a different.
agreement. It's a different agreement. Your
Correct.
Honor.
Have you submitted the pledge of agreement in this honorable body?
No, Your Honor.
That's the reason why I'm trying to find out dito po sa ating pong ABS Holding Corporation that you have given us. Hinahanap ko yung pledge of agreement that is specifically written dito po sa page number 6 sa ownership of shares and voting rights. But hindi ko po makita yung pledge of agreement. Can you kindly submit to us the pledge of agreement, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also the...
Excuse me, Deputy Speaker Dan Fernandez. The committee secretary is hereby directed to secure a copy of an authentic copy of the agreement.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Remulla.
we've been here for more than 5 hours already, and I think that it's just about proper that we take a break. We take a break from this, and I think a good night's rest would help us digest all the facts in our minds. Because right now, Mr. Chairman, given all these questions, it's very hard to think of these very abstract principles involved due to the lateness of the hour. We've been at it for 5 hours already, and I hope that we can just do this on Thursday when we meet again. So that
Yes,
at least-
Congressman Remulla, we will do it on Thursday. We'll just let Congressman D.S. Dan Fernandez finish his